Okay, Nigel. Yes, my love?
Hey, let the show begin. I've been ready. Hello! Hooray! Let the lights go dim. I've been ready. Ready as this audience that's coming here to dream. Loving every second, every moment, every scream. I've been waiting so long to sing my song. And I've been waiting so long for this day to come. And I've been thinking so long I was the only one. Roll out, and your American dream is recruits. I've been ready. Roll out with your circus freaks and hula hoops. I've been ready. Ready as this audience that's coming here to dream. Loving every second, every moment, every scream. I've been waiting so long to sing my song. And I've been thinking so long for this day to come. Yo, and I've been thinking so long I was the only one. I can stand here strong and thin, and I can laugh when this thing begins. God, I feel so strong. I feel so strong. I'm so strong. I feel so strong. I feel so strong. So strong. I feel so strong. I am so strong. Feel so strong. Feel so strong. I am Josh is asking what I'm crocheting. I am still working on the basket that I was still working on the other day. Yeah, let me um I'm gonna be doing stupid shit tonight because last time it was Josh was saying that sometimes the volume wasn't working so well. So okay. Okay, so the laptop mic is working fine. I will check and see what's going. Oh. Oh. Hold on. That's right. I think what happened last time was because I was playing the YouTube videos through the external speaker. So I'm going to turn off the external speaker, switch to the internal and of course I I know there's a delay. Hold on. I'm gonna hit like on my own stream because if I don't like my stream, who else will? Oh, that's right. That's right. Let me set a super chat goal while we're doing all this farting around. So let's see. Pick a goal. Let's do something that we failed at on Thursday night, but maybe we'll succeed tonight. Okay, so let's see. Okay, you know what? I think I did. Okay. Okay. This is me working on the internal speaker. Okay. I don't need to do that right now. Or you know what? I'll hit mute and so so yeah, I'm still working on the basket, but like I said, there's this bag full of things which are cut up from grocery store bags. So uh just because it doesn't look so great right now, because I'm not working from a pattern, I'm just kind of like farting around with like basics that I know on how to like, like the very basics of a crocheted circle, um, and basics on how to crochet a basket. So um oh yeah, baskets are really good to have around. Um so like the inside never looks the inside, like, even especially when you're doing it with the grocery store bags, right? It never looks great. So I'm gonna play around and see like what kind of remnants, because I get remnants when I'm at Joanne a lot. Like if I see some remnants that look really good that I might use for something, um I will let's sync this up. Um and I have a little bit of extra money to, spend on, like less than $10 of remnants, I'll get remnants. So we got a bunch of remnants for all sorts of, whatever I feel like doing. So let's see, Josh. I know you are a YouTube chat mod. Oh, hey, we've got 4 people right now in the YouTube chat. Just real quick so that nobody feels left out. Share screen. Let's go to let's go to the YouTube one because I'm farting around. Hello, Bran. Hello, am I being cat bombed? The cat. Hello. Come, show everybody how cute you really. Okay, you're having none of my shit right now. Okay, fair enough. What? I know. You were coming up to see the strawberries. Okay, so Bran is not allowed to have strawberries. I know grapes aren't good for cats. They're even worse for dogs. Same with chocolate. But cats can handle it much, much better than dogs can. So like a little bit of like chocolate ice cream here and there for the cats, it's not gonna hurt them. Whereas like dogs, it depends on a lot of things, but it's like especially toxic to dogs. But it's also one of those things where um I've had a friend who, worked as a vet tech in Lansing, and she like designed and printed out these like little like wallet cards that, like, I mean, they fold up, so like when you unfold them they're like about like this big, and it gives a breakdown on like how much chocolate is too much chocolate for your dog to accidentally ingest before you have to worry, enough to bring him to the, vet for, emergency procedures. And on the back it's like, if you want to play, and of course like the other side of the card, it's like if you want to play it safe, you can, induce vomiting in, like a fairly, simple way, especially with puppies. But yeah, like, because apparently when you're working at a vet, at at a non-specialized veterinarian, um because I usually go to cats. I prefer to go to cat specialists just because it stresses out the cats a lot less, and it stresses me out a lot less because while I do like dogs, I like dogs in the same way that I like small children. It's like you know, like it is very easy for dogs and small children to be just a bit much for me on any given day. And ideally, I like to send the dog or child back home to their real family. Once I'm done having fun with them, and in the case of my niece, like sending her a confetti gun, and my aunt is on my side. But like, I haven't sent the package to my niece just yet. I still need to do the lining on the purse and pack up everything into a box. But I told my aunt about the confetti gun for the for the gift package for this year, and um and she is on my side. I love it. Let's see. Oh shit, that's right. That's right. Next week she's going to be 76, and she is on my side with this. I love that about her. So let's see. Tonight's super chat goal, we've got need a minimum of one super chat of $5 or more, and let's set a timer. Let's go. If we can get this in 3 hours, granted, as I showed off the other day, as far as like, monetized YouTube, this is very much still in hobby status for me, because the last time YouTube paid me was far enough back that the YouTube Studio app doesn't even have records for it anymore. God damn it. Okay. So yeah, like we go here to revenue and we click, no, not that. And we go to lifetime revenue, and that's not the chart. Okay. So we've got lifetime revenue, $155.08. I don't know how visible that is. And like, I'm only going to do like so much until I get my new phone, because as I said the other day, oh shit, the thing is, it's not the size it's not the proportions I like. So yeah, 155.08. So but YouTube pays out in increments of, so let's see, minimum payment $100, and I've currently got a banked $52.10. So I've got $47.90 left to go. Now, if I was feeling really cocky, if I really felt like I could do it, I would probably, like want to set, if I was feeling really cocky, I might, do this, and like, like a, if I can get one super chat of 50, or a combined, oh wait, so this is like, okay, so choose a super chat colors that count. Exact prices may vary by and region. Bran, knock your shit off. Phoebe's getting annoyed. That's her annoyed sound. Or like, I don't know, like 30 super chats with like announcements at like $2 or more. That could work. I don't know, but I'm not feeling that cocky. I think I'm going to set a goal for one super chat within the next 3 hours. It's an incredibly low bar that even I can't cross, on any given, stream. But maybe tonight I'll be lucky. All right, share how we'll celebrate. How would we do this? Ooh, you know what? I've got a better idea than just a Q&A session, because it occurs to me that there are, like a number of questions people could ask that I would not want to answer. And while it's my right not to answer them, it just seems like a shitty thing to do to like, hold on. It's hot and dry in here. I need a new I lost a humidifier in one of the moves before I moved in here, so that's why I need a new one. Would also probably help if I refill the reservoir for my CPAP, which I've got distilled water for. Don't worry. I know about the rare but potentially extremely fatal amoebas if you do not use distilled water in your CPAP. Oh, there's what happened to my pens that I was looking for last night. Okay. But anyway, so let's see. How will I celebrate? Let's say a 3-song concert on live. Like, I'll just perform 3 songs. I don't know. Would I look up? I've got Winamp on this computer. I could probably look up I could probably find a karaoke plugin that would be compatible with it. Okay. So let's see. One suit at ideally $5 or more. And in an upcoming stream, it'll be a 3-song live stream mini concert. How's that sound? Because I was in voice lessons for over 15 years in high school. Might as well like put this to good use somehow. Okay. Food on lip. Josh says, don't think you can. Oh, the thing on the lip. That's, it's, crap. Oh, there's my, thing of, it's not food. It's, it's a stitch marker. The thing on my lip is a stitch marker for, my crochet stuff. But, okay. So, this is the one here that's usually here, but, oh, I know you're right here. I put you here last night. I'm sorry, I've still got depression bed going on in my bed. Oh dear. Oh, please don't tell me it fell off the bed. That cost me a bit of money. Okay, I have a labret talon that I put on here when I'm going out to the club, and right now it has wandered off. Or at least decided to go have an adventure in depression bed. Oh, there it is. Okay. So last night I put my labret talon in to go out to the club. Whatever. There we go. Just like I've had these 2 piercings in my lip long enough that I don't need to worry about the fistula sealing up after only like a night or 2. But at this point I've had piercings in my labret for long enough that it's more comfortable with something in there than without. So like usually I put it up here, but because the labret talon can get kind of heavy, I don't like to have it in overnight. I don't like to have the labret talon in overnight, and I don't like to have it in for more than a few hours at a time. So like when I'm going out to the club or or something where I like to, dress my look up a little bit. Because like I said, it's a piece of titanium jewelry, but when you're putting it here, it will pull. It will pull over, over the hours. And that gets uncomfortable after a bit. So and I keep thinking that it's going to pull through, like the little labret disc on the back, that goes on the inside of the lip. I keep thinking that's going to eventually like pull through the lip. if I keep it in for too long, which, like, I know it's not, if it does happen, it's going to be because I have it in 24/7 for, like, you know, at the very least weeks at a time. It's going to take time for something like that to happen. But, you know, like, I just, if I start thinking about it, you know, if it's in there too long, I start thinking about that too much. And I just figure it's easier to, because like I said, like, I lost the one that usually goes here. So this one is usually here, you know, most of the time. Whereas this is like only for special, whereas the talent is only like when I'm going out to the club or a concert or something like that, right? Yeah. So I lost the one that went here. I don't know what the hell happened to the ball. I cannot find it. Now the top, you know, the top bead or stone to libret to my beauty mark jewelry has fallen off and then found its way back to me somehow before. But like, it's been long enough with this one. I think it's just gone. I think it's just gone. I think, like, worst case scenario, it fell into the toilet or the kitchen sink or the cat litter box. And like, if it fell into the first two, it's gone now. Because it's been that long. It's been a couple weeks. If it fell into either of those spaces, I'm sorry, it went down the drain weeks ago when I first lost it. If it went into the cat box, I don't even trust, like, if I can find it, if I can, like, take it to, like, my friend's piercing studio downtown Ann Arbor. I don't even want it, like if they can rent it through the autoclave for like $5 for me, I don't want it back in my face if that's if that's what happened to it. Just because, right? The association of the thing. Now, usually I'll put this one back here and then the stitch marker up here, just because of my snaggletooth with my canines, my right upper cuspid. So it kind of just like rests to the side of this. This rests to the side of the tooth that's sticking out. Whereas right now, how it is, you know what? It keeps knocking against my lower teeth a bit. I'm gonna be very Cat, what are you doing? Oh, never mind. He found one of his toys. Wait. Is that one of his? No, I think it is. Wait. No, that's a little bag that had something in it. Come here, that's not yours. It's not yours. Oh, that's why. Shit. Okay, here. Okay, that's my fault, but like, no, like, now they're all kind of gross and stuff. So here, have these instead. And they were in a bag, and I don't want you eating plastic. No. So we're gonna have some of these instead, you little weirdo. Yes. Right. Treats. Here, these treats. There we go. Oh, for help. So, okay, I'm gonna be very inelegant for a moment here. This is like, I wasn't thinking about how it would keep knocking against my lower teeth while I'm talking. Okay, that's much better. All right, so depending on whether it's restream acting up or something or other, we've got between 2 and 4 people in the chat right now, because I've apparently spoken that much about this last couple of days about the thing with the Ethel. Excuse me. Oh my gosh, why am I on autopilot with looking at my things? So let's see. Let's do a warm up before I go to the stupid video I downloaded. All right. Oh my god, faster. Thank you. Okay. Okay, new full playlist. So okay, while we're streaming, let's just go over the rules. Anybody in chat? First off, like, assuming Josh is still here, probably he's just not saying at this very moment. But Josh is one of the people in chat who I appointed up as a YouTube moderator. Oh gosh, almost a year ago at this point. I think that was like during the poppy nonsense that I like when that was all still fresh and new. Like I think that's when I appointed him a moderator for my YouTube stuff. Just because, like I was getting people, in YouTube, and I was just like, you know what, I trust you enough. I've seen you in like Keldoja's chat, and I think Keffel's. As I said a couple of streams ago, I understand why people dislike Keffels. If you dislike Keffels, you are welcome to say that. You can voice your frustrations in chat within reason. Like don't go to a transphobic place, don't go to a misogynist place, etc., etc. Has she put her foot in her mouth a couple of times in terms of, well, as I was one of the people who was there watching it live when, like, or later, half of Twitter does exist. I just can't be bothered to look it up half the time. And the other half the time but no, like people who have the extended cut of that clip, and it was very obvious that, somebody in chat was asking her, what do you random? And she said, just as random as possible, as diverse as possible, just like pick random traits. I mean, she didn't, I don't think she explained pick random traits, but it was implied, that as a preface to the statement, just like when she said, make black butch, just, I don't know, but it's like, yeah, has she put her foot in her mouth a few times? Yes, we all have. It's part of being in your 20s, honestly. And wait, somebody's saying something, but yeah, so yeah, like just keep it under control. I have a very difficult time with even knowing that there are people I keep company with who don't have the greatest opinion with Keffels. But as I've said before, a year ago tomorrow night will be 1 year since the fire. And if you were there at the time, you know what I'm talking about when I say the fire. I do not want to say too much more about fire, but yeah, the gay ops thing. Josh said sometime around like May. Okay, so yeah, it wasn't too long after. I think there was still poppy stuff going on at the time back in May. I mean, like, how long the hell did she drag that shit out, right? But anyway, so yeah, like Keffels was one of the people who was there for me after immediately after the fire, and at the time, like even still kind of now, she barely knows who I am other than, some goofball who was in her live stream chats a lot. And, you know, and like, yeah, I'm a shit poster. And, I'm also, like, so yeah, like like I said, like within reason, I'm okay if people want to like, you know, like voice negative opinions about people, you know, I like. I'm, excuse me, like barely knows who I am, so it is what it is. I and yeah, has she done some uncool shit, to put it mildly? Absolutely. Can we argue it's been more uncool than a lot of the uncool shit I've done? Yeah, yeah, that is definitely a point where, you know, I will agree, but you know, it's like you can vent your frustrations. I will not join in on it. But coming from, and I understand a line that people feel, you know, she crossed with them, that they don't want to, you know, that they're going to have a hard time forgiving, right? You know, like it's going to take some time, you know, as a, well, because I do, you know, I do get into watching stuff about the whole, like the major lol cows. I point out to people a lot, for some reason, like my cats, like last year, like Josh remembers, like when I was like watching, like pulling up part of that Kusari documentary on Daniel Larson. It was just from like part one, where like I pulled up a couple of key points. The first one that I pulled up was when Daniel Larson, with relatively little provocation, like the question that somebody asked in this like fake Zoom interview was, well, Daniel, if you were president, we make inappropriateness with children, because YouTube, right? We got to euphemize everything. Would you make that legal or illegal? And Danny said, that's a very good point. What point, right? Like, because the guy has an IQ of 68. Well, when you ask him, he says his IQ is 68%, but IQ scores are not scored in percentages. They're scored in a numerical, you know, value, right? It's like ladies' clothing sizes. Is it a 12? Is it an 8? Nobody knows. What does it mean? Not a whole lot. Same with IQ, but you know, they do test a person's ability with, you know, like certain kinds of logic puzzles, and some fairly you know, and like a relative range tests kind of thing, right? So yeah, like when somebody says that their IQ is 60%, it's probably a score of 68. Yeah. Anyway, Daniel said, no, would you make inappropriateness of that kind with children legal or illegal? First, Daniel says, that's a very good point. And then goes on about how if done the right way, CSEM would be legal if done the right. And like, what, how, what, Daniel, like, no, Daniel, stop. Daniel, shut up. Daniel, please. Daniel, stop. Like, because like he's also very obviously got bipolar schizoaffective disorder. So it's like I want to feel sorry for, right? I do. And on some level, I do still kind of feel sorry for Daniel Larson. But at the same time, he makes it so difficult to feel sorry for him. He's a very frustrating person to admit got a raw deal. At least know enough about him. It becomes increasingly more frustrated to admit that he just got a raw deal out of life, because, you know, like, which you should never do, like, for a lot of reasons. Just don't infantilize the disabled. He was like, yeah. I'm like, oh god. Oh wait. Cute Gut says, you know what? Yeah. If Daniel Larson had an IQ double what his actually is, I could see him going in a direction of Nick Bates, which is just like that is just like how like but anyway, or at least like if you took some of the things done, stream's kind of choppy. It probably is going to be. My laptop is overworked for what I do with it, which is not a whole lot. You know, which is why I didn't upload anything yesterday, because I don't think I can rely on this to upload a video of a significant size, you know, that size, but clipping out, you know, bits of dead air in, I start thinking, you know, no, my laptop is overworked, out of shit, but I'm seeing your vomiting emojis, Josh. What? So if you're not seeing the vomit emojis that you type, I'm gonna chalk it up my laptop. That's the sole, you know, that's the sole. Really, we're doing this tonight, huh? Excuse me. Let's please finish loading so that I can. There we go. Let's minitize this. But yeah, so where was I going on with this? Okay, I was saying something, and oh, I don't know. I think I was going on to a thought about, then I forgot what the hell it was going to be because I got side to Larson, which I mentioned because like I heard that thought with, you know, like I watch a lot of like major lolcow, you know, such people, and I don't get it. Like I can watch videos of Daniel Larson, you know, like screaming like a howler monkey, which I'm like, I mean, yeah, okay, I came down on Ethel for, you know, like dehumanizing a you know, an ostensibly brown man in India for shouting at her in his native language. But first off, Daniel Larson quite the baggage associated with dehumanizing white disabled people. Like typically the history with white disabled people being treated as lesser than is in the area of infantilizing. So I do not feel especial guilt about comparing the two howler monkeys because it does kind of remind me of that. And like I said, like there's not quite the same baggage. Now, if Daniel Larson turned to be like, I don't know, like half mestizo on his, you know, I don't know, like maybe maybe one parent was like, you know, his mother was adopted, and his father is, by all accounts, just kind of trashy, just kind of a white trashy kind of person, but so like if it turned out that, you know, like something like that, like we found out that about his parents, but you know, I'm like, you know, then I'll just like stop. Anyway, like I said, like there's not quite the same like historical baggage of animalizing disabled people. The most common thing that you see with, you know, disabled white people being treated even historically is well, with some, I will say with some, you know, there is a caveat to that, right? Like if we're talking like, you know, white people as like a social structure, right? As a social structure, you know, it's like a social, yeah, it is social structure, right? I'm totally brain farting right now. Whatever. It's like it's something like whiteness as like this social structure within Western society. Yeah, okay. But like when you go like with individual ethnic groups such as the Irish, you can literally pull up like Victorian writings about the Irish. Like so like Victorian English people would say like the most animalizing things about, Irish people, especially the disabled Irish people. So that's like historically, like yeah, there's a mix of things, but it has more to do with dehumanizing their ethnic background than their disability. Well, I mean, you did see some stuff like when they were doing lobotomies in the 30s and early 40s. Like some of the doctors who advocate for it would compare the victims to a docile house pet, but like somebody is akin to a house pet is a much different mental than like referring to their entire race as some kind of animal, or like insinuating that because this person who is of ostensibly darker complexion than someone than Ethel's, he is shouting at her in his native language, which is not English, it's Hindi, and she just says he's barking at orders at her in Hindi. I'm sorry, that's racist. That's just racist. That's just straight up dehumanizing, animalizing racism. On the other hand, like I said, like Daniel Larson, little white guy, and I say guy because like yes, legally he is a grown man. Mentally got the libido of somebody about his age. So what are you going to do about that then, huh? It's like you can't just say, oh, well, he thinks like a 5-year-old. Only in certain situations does he think like a 5-year-old, or as something closer to what we would consider a 5-year-old's developmental cognition, right? But it's like, it's like in his ability with logic puzzles, he's no further developed than a 5-year-old. And that's just like me throwing out a random example, right? Like his skills at manipulating people is on par with like, the average, like, like 2 to 4-year-old, right? Like got toddler level manipulation skills. And toddlers can be intentionally manipulative, but the thing is, the reason that we, like don't come down on toddlers for being manipulative narcissists is because one, empathy is as much an emotional reaction as it is a thinking skill that can be developed. So, at like 2-3 years old, you haven't been alive very long to, like you've barely been able to like hold up your head under, with your own muscle, under your own power for about a year at that age, right? You're like 2 years old, like, you've barely been able to hold up your own head for like, a year and a half, maybe, right? So like a 2-year-old, obviously, like doesn't even have like finely tuned, like hand motor, so they're not to think about their intention the way even, like a 6 or 7-year-old child would, right? So like children as young as 2 can intend to manipulate people, right? They can act with intention to manipulate people. Like they can, like play up their, their sense of pain, if they fall on their literal bottom, right? But they're not going to be very good at explaining why they're doing this, even though it's clear that they are acting with intention, right? So, like I said, like Daniel has the skills about on par with like a 3-year-old in terms of like whether or not, in terms of like how he tries to manipulate people. He has the foresight, like on par in his intent to manipulate, on par with like maybe like a 6 or 7-year-old. He has the understanding of how wrong it could go, of like an especially impulsive 12-year-old. So it's like, yeah, he understands how bad it could go. This is another reason that it's like kind of dangerous to refer to people with developmental disabilities, like Daniel Larson or even Chris Chan. And Chris Chan is a lot more competent than a lot of people on Reddit seem willing to accept. So yeah, Chris Chan is a lot more competent than a lot of people seem willing to accept. That does not mean Chris is especially smart. I think the comparison I did the other day was like, yeah, my pocket knife is sharper than a butter knife, but it's not as sharp as a razor blade. It's nowhere near as sharp as a razor blade. So it's like, yeah, I'm pointing out like, yeah, no, sorry, Chris Chan is a lot more, competent and, dare I say clever than you're willing to give Chris credit for. I mean, still nowhere near as smart as Chris thinks they are, but no, like Chris is definitely smarter than you think they are. Like, I'll put it that way. Chris is barely half as smart as Chris thinks they are on any given day, but Chris is also a lot smarter than some people on Reddit seems to think Chris is. So Chris was right about something. Chris is smarter than a lot of dumb shits on the internet think they are. Okay, Q-Text says they show up in YouTube chat, but on the sidebar of the stream. Oh. Social construct, that's what I meant. Right, thank you. I only just now got to scroll down the thing, and I can't really read on here. And I know you can't see my mouse cursor from on the Restream tab. Whatever, it's... Q says, it doesn't surprise me at all. Said before that Ethel is 100% the type of person to be hateful minorities disagreeing with. Oh, yeah. And the funny thing is that like I watched a little bit further in Malcolm's stream where he addresses the in this. So it's like you watch a little further and like, so it's from like where I start. So yeah, like let's review this because like, like with a lot of people who review these things, like during drama arcs, it's I notice things that I didn't necessarily notice before. Please, laptop. Okay, I've got it muted. Don't worry, I can't hear it either. Let me close a couple of things and see if that helps. By the way, if you or anybody you trust knows much about how to like, install direct message me on Discord, because I'm trying to I'm trying to make the Mishigoth server a little bit more functional than it is right now. So I can mute this. Volume. Okay. Okay. So, okay. Just as a matter of review, this is the Ethel gives about a time at the men's queue at the subway, which I guess in India there's like, security guards for everything that she compares um to TSA security checks in the States, because she did show up in the US one time. So she knows, and and the TSA workers, I know at least some of them, or at least some of the security US carry hand, which I demonstrated on Thursday night, that I'm going to be a lot more afraid of a security guard who carries a handgun on a hip holster than I would be of a security guard who has who has, like a long, very basic pump loading rifle, as we as we noticed in the I did an image search. The security guard with rifle. With I. So I'm going to pause a little bit for just take a moment. Let's see, where's the picture I found the other day. Now a lot of pictures look, when I go to show this tab again, like a lot of these pictures look very posed. Like this is somebody who's probably a model or something, or it was very like transparent checkerboard background. So okay, somebody probably just edited that, but some of these just look like, this looks very posed. It looks like a very posed picture, but one I was looking at the other day. The one that I brought up Thursday, Thursday night was it looked like a very natural kind of stance that that the photographer took a photo of, and that's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for, stuff like this with the guy with the baton, where this is clearly posed. This looks very posed as well. I did find one of these kind of shots, right, with the guy with white background, like a studio modeling shot, right? And it looks like, I swear, it looks like a fucking like Bobby's first hunting, Bobby's first deer rifle, right? Where the hell? Oh gosh, I closed. Am I gonna? Would it be in my history? Oh, that's right. Oh, I did have the tab open. Okay, you know what? This is wait, Armed Security Service. I'm not sure where this is, but okay, so I'm not sure where this is. Let me make sure Restream is like not being especially stupid to me. Okay, so maybe okay, this is, there we go. Okay, view image. Share this tab instead. Zoom in. So it's gonna look a bit bad because of the zoom, but excuse me. I mean, these look like two guys who do work, security. These don't look like models. Like, it does look like a very posed shot, but it looks like these are two guys on their job, like in their like natural, workplace, and just for lack of a better, word coming to me at the time. And these are fairly basic rifles. The one we were looking at the other day, it had a stabilizing arm, so like there was an arm that had a trigger on it. So like there's still the little like sloping bit in the back that we were looking at the other day, Thursday night. So like the sloping bit on a rifle, and I am not a gun person. Like, I'm not a big gun person. Like, I know, people say, well, when you go far enough left, you get your guns back. And I'm like, I appreciate the concept of the right to bear arms. I am just personally a pacifist, and I wish that we lived in a world where guns were not necessary. Short of like, I don't know, like maybe big game hunting, but even then, like, that would be like a matter of that would, like, I would prefer big game hunting in a world where we did not have the like incredibly destructive animal agriculture that we have today. Like, left to my own devices, I eat semi-vegetarian, so it's like I eat meat once or twice a week. And when I do eat meat, it's usually like I either get it on sale, so like, like stuff that's there for like the last day before they decide to like chuck it into the dumpster and back. So it's like it's either stuff that I got on sale, or it's like it's stuff that's made from the bits of other things. Like, because it's cheap, so like spam is basically all the bits that are left over from when, you've got your cuts of, ham and pork. This is just the leftover bits that, are too small to sell, or do much of anything else with. So what do? They chop it up, and they add like, salt and whatever, and then they press it into a block. That is spam. It's basically upcycled, garbage level, scraps of meat. It's upcycling. So spam is, yeah. I mean, so are tater tots. Tater tots are like the leftover bits of potato from, processing frozen potatoes for, like frozen French fries and stuff. And so what do they do with tater tots? Are like, like you get the shredded potato, like the little hash brown cakes, right? So it's like the little bits left over from that, or, and whatever, and this and, and other ways of processed potatoes. So what do they do with tater tots? Is like, it's all the scraps of stuff that, was left over from doing other stuff with potatoes. And so they just like kind of form it into these like little puffs, right? So yeah, like that's how tater tots and spam came into be. It's it's capitalism selling you garbage and making you excited to pay for garbage, but at the same time it's also upcycling. So it's like it's like, yeah, a lot more people are going to be going out and buying, like the nice cuts of, of pork chops and whatever, and the nice spiral hams. And then there's going to be the people who, are getting the spam because, I don't know. I try to be a bit more conscious than a lot of people when I'm buying meats. Like I said, I try to buy it when it's on sale, or, or if I've got a good like rebate for it on my Ibotta app or something like that, right? But where was I going with this? I don't know. I was saying something about like, a very natural Right. Oh yeah, I was saying about how I'm not really a gun person. So yeah, I'm not a gun person, but I did go to high school. I did go to junior high and high school in a rural part of Michigan in Lenawee County. We lived just outside the very, very tiny town of Tecumseh, Michigan. Yes, named after the Shawnee chief. So I know a little bit about guns. You just kind of learn through a cultural osmosis, I suppose, when you're in that kind of environment, which, is how I, just say say very frankly to a lot of people that, like, yeah, sometimes I will slip in words from AAVE that you are a white person, you have no right to say that. I'm like, child, I grew up in Metro Detroit. It would be weird if I did not pick up, a part of the regional dialect, which, in Metro Detroit, the regional dialect is informed by African American vernacular. So I grew up in Metro Detroit. I grew up in a predominantly black neighborhood in Metro Detroit. Like this is like right, like I grew up like not just in Metro Detroit, right? Like I could have grown up in one of the white flight neighborhoods of Metro Detroit. I did not. I grew up in a predominantly black neighborhood in Metro Detroit. It would be weird as shit if I did not pick up the local dialect and sometimes let it slip out, because it's what I grew up with. It's what I grew up with my friends speaking, some of my friends' parents speaking. Granted, my parents didn't. My dad spoke a bit more of an older version of the Metro Detroit dialect. My mother not quite so much, but it was my mother's parents who raised me a lot when I was up until about the age of 10. So that's kind of like why I slipped so easily into not just the Mid-Atlantic that I use on stream, but also I will very easily pick up British accents just listening to TV, just like watching like Are You Being Served reruns or something like that, because I'm old. I love Are You Being Served. Excuse me. John Inman was one of the most wonderful people who ever lived, and I absolutely love him still to this day. Wonderful, sweet man. Everybody loves him, right? So it's like I can watch Are You Being Served, the Young Ones, the original BBC version of Ghosts, right? I will pick up British accents, very easily. So, but still, I grew up in a predominantly black neighborhood in Metro Detroit. Ergo, if somebody's acting like Miss Thang, I will say that, because it's there's a certain kind of pretentious that phrase just kind of encapsulates. It doesn't. It's not good enough to say that she's acting pretentious. You have calling her Miss Thang just punctuates it, right? And that's a term that's been around since the 1970s. Like I said, I grew up as a kid in the 80s in Metro Detroit, using that amongst other terms. So, no, I'm not going to like gentrify my speech just because it makes a few white people on the internet a little bit more comfortable with me sometimes. Like, I grew up speaking that. I know how to use a lot of said terms. So yeah, like it may take some people aback, but just as much for the fact that like I'm a tiny white boy who used that term correctly, then more that than the fact that I'm a tiny white boy who used it, right? Anyway. Sorry, I love my frozen fruit. Anyway, I got off on that tangent because guns. When you grow up in a rural part of the Midwest, such as the Great Lakes region to the Ozarks, right? I'm Great Lakes. Ozarks is like Missouri, maybe part of Iowa. I don't know. I know Missouri's like deep Ozarks, right? Anyway, you grow up in rural parts of the Midwest. You just learn some things like some very basic info about guns. So the sloping part, on this end of the rifle, this is to help this is to help you steady the gun on your shoulder, right? Because rifles are were designed for like, long range shooting, like hunting. They were initially developed for hunting and were very quickly adapted for like, like warfare snipers, right? So you want this part, the butt of the gun, up on your shoulder, and and shoot like this with this kind of rifle. Now the pump rifle, it looks like it looked like a pump rifle that might have been designed to look a little bit more impressive, I guess is how I'd say it. I don't, like I said, I'm not a gun person. So we're not looking at the same picture from Thursday night, but we are looking at these. These are two men who appear to be dressed as security guards. Looking at them, I guess they actually are security guards. These are probably not paid models. Just like, there's something about these guys. They just don't look like paid models to me. That may be like my own cultural bias showing through. Somebody feel free to correct me if you recognize these men from, I don't know, like a magazine or something. But yeah, if you recognize these men from modeling, things completely off from this, feel free to correct me. But like, please show your receipts. This is the internet. Pics or it didn't happen. Anyway. So yeah, like some rifles, like there's a handle down here where where there's going to be a trigger somehow, but this just has like your regular kind of trigger, right? Like just the finger trigger, right? And and the one we were looking at the other day, there was another handle for stabilizing so that you don't have to hold up here on the muzzle, right? So yeah, so like that's the big difference between the one we were looking at Thursday and these guys here right now. So, excuse me. So when somebody is wearing this across his back, like we see this little strap here to hold it across their back, it's still a little bit more involved to take this off of somebody, off of one's own back to, to fire a shot at somebody who, for all is a white tourist with a heavy English accent, and your country suffered under 200 years of English imperialism, and you've just had it up to here with tourists that day, and so you get maybe a little bit shouty, because this is life. That's just how it works. Like, real life is what happens when things don't go your way. As I say many times, I think Malcolm might have picked that up from me, but I mean, or maybe he's been saying that independently all on his own this whole time. I know I didn't pick it up from him. I've been saying that for decades now. Real life is what happens when things don't go your way. And so, for all we know in Ethel's anecdote, things weren't going this security guy's way all day. He's had it up to here with white tourists, and now here's one with a heavy English accent, like saying something to, I don't know. We'll assume essence of spouse. The human shield Udita was with Ethel that day. I don't know. I'm just like throwing out a possible, scenario, because, Ethel's main point was, oh my gosh. So like security guards in India, like, yeah, they're everywhere. They're like at the subway queues, and the queues are gendered, and I'm non-binary, so I don't know which queue to go to. And so I just went to the mail queue because that's what my passport says. And he's got gun, like they do, like in the American news, with the schools, with the guys who attack the schools. It's one of those kind of guns. Yeah, it's a rifle. That's because it's one of the school America guns. Those are the big scary guns, right? These are the scariest kind of guns a person can have. If somebody who's shouting at you has a gun, that's the scariest, right? That's the scariest. And what makes it even scarier is I'm little white Ethel, and he big brown scary brown Indian guy, brown scary security guard gun guy, right? So like, this is the gist I get from Ethel's stupid anecdote, because she's a fucking vile racist, and this is like how her thought process goes. This is how this is a look that she thinks is good enough to be contained in the same video that she's trying to say Rachel Oates engages in white supremacist fantasies. Ethel thinks conveying this anecdote about the public transit queues in India in a way where she says, and then the scary brown security guard guy with a gun on his back because he's big and scary and brown, and it's a school shooter America gun. He says Hindi, but he's barking orders in Hindi like a dog would. He's barking at me like a seal. And it's not one of the cute seals like in Cornwall. It's one of the scary seals because this is India and I'm a white Ethel. Like, shut the fuck up, you vile little racist. But, let's go on. Let's hear it in Ethel's words and see how much whinier she was than I was. Hello? All right. Tab. Now we. Remind Ethel did debates. If Ethel ever did debates, it was very brief. Ethel's too much of a control freak to do debates. And I don't just say this because, because I'm sure Ethel would be like, oh, well, I'm not control freak. I'm autistic. And I'm more comfortable with scripting out my words so that people understand precisely what I mean. Like if she were Ben Stein, that would be funny, but but no, Ethel, I mean, I'm sure that's part of it. I'm sure the way that she likes to script out everything she says is, like it may have her audience may have a little bit of an influence for that, but ultimately, yeah, I know, everybody, I know, Ethel's probably going to accuse me of doing a transmisogyny because I'm bringing up Vaush, but it's like, this is an instance where it would be appropriate and where his taxes folder has nothing to do with it. Like, if we can assume, suspend some disbelief, okay? Assume the taxes folder never happened, and there is still some reasonable doubt as to why Vaush regularly used to bring that up as, a hypothetical situation. And, let's assume that this is back in, 2019, and we all thought he was just being stupid and edgy. Okay? Vaush is also and yeah, it's been a long time. He personally has used his autism as a crutch for things, but it's more over the years, he's gradually more and more let his fans do it do it for him so that he can now have this, plausible deniability of oh no, I don't lean on it myself. I don't personally lean on it. If my fans want to, say that's why I'm like this, well, that's them. I don't have control over them because that's how Vaush has been doing it for the last few years, right? I know somebody has a compilation, which includes a clip of him doing that himself, but in the more recent years, he's let his fans do it for him because a lot of Vaush fans are stupid. And Vaush has called a lot of his fans stupid on stream, and they keep coming back for more. I was already getting a bit bored of Vaush before the taxes folder. It's I don't have a special love for Vaush. Before the taxes folder, I was willing to give him the benefit of doubt because it's one of those, I said, I said to anybody who, may have recognized those two guys in that photo from, if they are actually stock photo models, please. But I say, feel free to correct me, but this is the internet, so pics or it didn't happen. Well, then Vaush accidentally let the internet know that he had pics. Okay. So yeah, like I said, I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. because I am of the old school internet where it takes more than just, you making stupid arguments with the most extreme examples you can think of to say anything beyond, dude, you're being stupid. Dude, you're being stupid. You know how you're just saying it to get a rise of people, right? But when pics show up, I am more likely to believe that it actually happens, right? Like, he can say whatever, but, like I said, like, people have pointed out that, like, at least one or two of these images is, it's not really lost media unless, it's like I think of a lot, well, because I'm a silent film buff, and I need to do a silent film vlog next time there is, I did not, find out about about like if they were playing Nosferatu or Phantom of the Opera at the downtown Michigan Theater in Ann Arbor, the silent versions. So it's like, because I'm a silent film buff, when I think lost media, I think like Lon Chaney's film London After Midnight. Like, a few promotional still photos of that movie survive. I think somebody found like maybe a minute's worth in a barn somewhere, and probably a literal barn that's happened with a bunch of silent movies before, but I don't know if it became like viewable. I don't know. Like, I haven't heard anything about a release of it, so somebody was really excited. I know a few years back somebody was really excited. They thought they'd found, like a couple minutes, like, so like not even a full 10 minutes, but like a couple of minutes, just something to show that, that this movie was, what I mean, obviously we know that the movie existed because, there were, well, newspaper reviews of it, but like as far as footage goes, as far as like actual film goes, London After Midnight probably no longer exists. If it does, it's less than it's less than 10 minutes worth. It's less than 10 minutes of it's less than 10 minutes, almost certainly less than 5, and that's assuming if any of it still exists, right? So like when I hear the term lost media, my mind automatically goes to like, well, is it truly lost, or has it just become extremely difficult to find? Like a deal where like you have to know what you're looking for to see it, right? Like I've honestly met people who don't realize like how full of Christian allegory the the Narnia books are. I've honestly met people who don't know like how full of Christianity the Narnia books are. But I believe CS, like I can see all of the I can see all of the I can see all of the Christianity in the Narnia books. So but my friend Amelia, her parents were I think she said her parents were agnostic Buddhist, converted. And like she basically like grew up like agnostic atheist. She wasn't like really pushed into any, like she was encouraged to, learn about religions if she wanted to, that kind of thing, right? But she read the Narnia books. She never, like even rereading them as an adult, she still has a hard time seeing where the Christianity is in there. So, like sort of like that. So I guess like when a lot of people are talking about, Arkansas is another part of the Ozarks. Okay, that's what I was thinking. When I said Iowa, I think. I don't know why are those two states shaped similarly? That might be why I don't know. I'm trying to explain like what might have confused me in one way or another. Okay. Anyway, but I had a thought. Oh, it'll come back to me. Anyway, let's get back to Ethel's anecdote about like the big scary subway kind, and let's the big scary subway guard, and let's see if she is indeed whinier than my little mockery was. Oh, right. Because Malcolm thought Ethel did debates, or at least did at one time. If like I said, if she ever did debates, it was very, very brief. Ethel is way too much of a control freak to do debates. Like, so, like, was she ever, you know, like even a tiny name debater? No. I think she was on a couples one time, but not really as a debate style panel. You know, not really a debate style panel, but no. Ethel doesn't do debates because Ethel does not have control over, you know, the direction of the debate. The debate, you know, like even like an actual like, you know, academic debate, like debate club in high school or college, something like that, right? Even that does not have the sense of control over what's being said that Ethel wants. So, yeah, Ethel's too much of a control freak to do any kind of debate sphere stuff. Okay, she did say yell the first time, which makes it really clear that when she rounds out this anecdote, like this voice, every word is was a choice that Ethel made that she thought was going to be a good look while she's, you know, at some point in this at some point in this video that Malcolm is going over, tries to accuse Rachel Oates of engaging in white supremacist fantasy of some sort. Oh, I think somebody did I okay, that's counterclaim to the thing. No. Um, 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 I'm not sure what that's all about. That's the one I just jumped to just now. Um, shit. No. Okay, that's somebody else. Um, okay. I thought I saw somebody's comment earlier today. I've got my here because I think said the other day that the sound wasn't coming through on the YouTube video. Yeah, I'm not hearing it either now. What the shit? Okay. Okay, let's. Because I think the other day the sound wasn't coming through on the. Yeah, I'm not hearing it either now. What the shit? Okay. Okay, let's. I'm not hearing it either now. What the Okay. All right. This is fun. This is fun. I'm having fun today. Okay, let's Okay, let's first stop sharing. Will this fix it? Okay. This
here. Essence of thought is like down here. Like the bar is very low. When I think of like Stardust video with Rogan, it's up here. Okay, there's like a significant gap here. But I'm getting the same vibe where it's like, why? Like, you're supposed to be convincing me that Rachel Oates is far right, and she's promoting all these anti-feminist figures. So far, you've said that she kind of like Rose of Dawn. It's up here. Okay, there's like call the police.
We've got
They promoted a self-confessing rapist by having our video can ignore the BBC's violence whilst pretending to be a trans ally. Jesus fucking Christ! These people really need to pull their heads out of their asses and
Rose of Dawn isn't even cis, bro. What?
do better, because this isn't it. Returning to the post in which Oates was warned.
Okay, this is where we were. Okay, I don't know who the fuck Sarah Michelle is. So let's see. Are we gonna hate or love? Do we hate or love Sarah Michelle? Let's see.
Outdoors and trans bigotry, we see a reply by one Sarah Michelle. Sarah Michelle was, of course, Woodford's token trans person, being the single trans person who supported
trans person. Anybody who disagrees with me is a token trans person. Very based, Ethel. Very trans ally of you. Very slay.
Human rights. Michelle is another far-right token, someone who tried to make it big by defending hate speech as free speech, quite literally declaring hate speech as an essential part of telling her audience that, quote, we must defend it at all costs, end quote. Hate speech.
I mean, isn't that the beautiful thing about being an American? I mean, I wouldn't expect a Brit blogger living in India to understand, but you know, we're big on the free speech here, okay? Big fans, okay? Nobody's gonna rock your shit for being a lesbian. Nobody's gonna call you the D slur. Nobody's gonna like spit on you and be like, ew, F slur, like, because you just, yes. This is like the whole like axis of like passing privilege. That's exactly what that is. What? I sent Essence of Thought citation in the video. It doesn't have a source. So anyway, this part here where she is saying that Michelle is promoting this violent transphobe. Not a source for that. So this looks like they just collaborated together and she was like tagging who she collaborated with, which is a fucking nothing burger. Okay, if I collaborated with, I don't know, like Calvin Guerra or something, I would still at him in the video description. Like I'd be like, this is who I was talking to, like at.
Yeah, because you know that's just the that's the standard etiquette in YouTube. Is you bring somebody on for whatever reason, especially if they're a smaller name than you, but you know, not necessarily, you know, limited to that, but you just them in the video title, whatever, somehow, because that's how you kind of branch out and like form real communities around your viewerships.
Calvin Guerra or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like that's just like streaming etiquette. You just like credit who's in your video, or you like shout out who's in your video. I don't know what to say. Like this is a fucking nothing burger.
The reality, meanwhile, is that bisexual people, particularly bisexual women, have the highest rates of intimate partner and sexual violence victimization of any sexual.
Okay, again, the shoe doesn't fit. Intimate partner violence is different than somebody walking down the street and saying, "Look, gay person," and then just like smacking you over the head. Like they're not comparable. Okay, like yes, there's higher rates of interpersonal violence in like queer relationships. This is true. Okay, however, we're not talking about in queer relationships. Like the criticism is that when Ethel walks outside, Ethel is not like violently attacked for like being trans. That was a foot and mouth criticism that probably didn't need to be said. But the comparison is like if you're walking down the street as a bisexual woman and you're holding hands with your boyfriend, nobody's going to jump you for being like a lesbian, and nobody's going to call you like the D slur. Nobody's going to call you like the F slur or whatever. Like that's not going to happen. That's like, oh my god.
People do frequently F. I mean, not as much in Ypsilanti and Ann Arbor as back in Lansing, but it does still happen. And I've also gotten he, she. I've also gotten one time during the Ann Arbor Art Fair, which I don't think usually gets a huge international tourist kind of thing, but it does occasionally. I mean, there are tourists who, decide to stop in Ann Arbor for whatever reason, but it was like summer during the Ann Arbor Art Fair, and which is a really good time for me to go out busking. Like if I'm having a really good art fair, I can earn more during art weekend than I could for the other 3 weekends in July combined. So anyway, I'm out busking at art fair one day, and the Southeast Asian woman with a little child that couldn't have been more than 5 years old, just like she points to me and she says to her child, "Katoy, katoy," So and that's usually translated to English as lady boy. So Ethel, apparently I'm not even like transmisogyny exempt, which means Malcolm's right that is just like, if you want to call people that on Twitter, you're just like trying to find a sneaky way to call trans men women, but okay.
I thought that she did debates and shit. I thought that, oh my god, I thought this would be like an E3, but I guess not. We lost already, damn.
Duality. Our experience as bisexual people is not merely.
Oh, of course she's bisexual.
It is a very specific, very unique form of violence. The same is also true with regards to, for example, I talked about on the channel, every fucking subway.
That is not why you go into this anecdote and explain the situation. They were not yelling at non-binary and choose to appear androgynous, whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean. It's not specifically for that. Was it like maybe, an effect of that? Because they thought because it sounds to me that they thought you looked like a woman and therefore needed to go into the women's queue, and they had just had an update here with white people that day. But no, it was not specifically because you are a non-binary person who chooses to appear androgynous. God damn, she's so disingenuous, and she uses the slippery kind of language to convince the overwhelmingly teenage audience she's accumulated on Discord.
Mall and cinema in India has security similar to that found in airports in the West. You literally put any bags machine before stepping through a metal detector, and sadly, those lines are gendered, and there is no line for non-binary people. Now, I prefer to use the women's line, but don't have a...
Okay, stop equating non-binary to androgyny. This is like, it's like the fucking Ouroboros, when you accidentally start eating yourself. Like, you're equating non-binary to being androgynous. They're not one and the same. They're not mutually exclusive. You can be, like, gender-conforming and non-binary. Like, I thought how you looked didn't determine your gender identity. Are we abandoning that now? Are we jumping ship? Now it's like if you look androgynous, you're non-binary? Like... Did she edit this video herself? Did she edit?
I don't think Ethel has edited her own videos for a while. I know she has volunteers, so like unpaid labor, who I know Levi out as an editor too. So but I don't
Edit this video herself, dude. Are you fucking kidding me?
Ethel hasn't edited her own videos in a while, but she does review them before she posts them because she's that much of a control freak.
This is holy shit. And for
Considering
what?
that she hasn't edited her own videos in a while, but will still insist viewing and uploading them, she's not just a control freak, she really likes to have people beneath her. Kind of makes you wonder, like, how committed she actually is to her, supposed left-wing ideals. Because as far as I'm concerned, she's as much of a fake leftist as Lily Orchard is.
1.8k views from 3 days ago. Just getting bodied. Oh my god.
Trans certificate because I haven't legally changed the gender marker on my UK passport. How doing so would impact both my marriage to Udita and subsequent spousal visa, since India does not recognize in-gender marriages. So.
And that's one thing where I've always kind of given Ethel credit, is because she is about at the age, like, she's older than a lot of people seem to think. She's not quite my age, but she is older than a lot of people seem to think. Gee, I wonder why. But she was never one of these trans people who has her thumb up her ass and thinks that same-sex marriage rights never had any, were never an interest to trans people. Because, like, no, that's not how it works.
If I change my gender marker to I'm more comfortable with, I risk being separated from the woman I love. Clearly, men staffing the men's queue think I'm a foreign woman who simply doesn't realize women's line. Now, far from being, it is fucking terrifying when a...
Okay, then just go into the woman's line? I don't know why I didn't...
As I keep bringing up when I replay this clip, Ethel lives in India. Now, in India, there is there is a specific traditional binary, like in Western terms, non-binary gender. Let's see if sound can continue if we switch tabs. So, Hijra, South Asia. Share this tab instead. Can we please load a little faster? So, continent, Hijra are gender, intersex, or eunuch, live in known as the Guruhela. I'm doing the CH as, it's done in Welsh and Irish. Guruchela system. I apologize if that was so off base, because I understand that this is not a language I speak. Therefore, I do not assume how it's pronounced. I make an effort. I acknowledge that it's probably wrong, but okay. They're also known as Aruvani, and in Pakistan, Kahwaja Sira. In Western terms, most Hijras are feminine identifying people assigned male at birth. So again, this is in Western terms. Hijra are officially recognized as a third gender throughout the countries in the Indian subcontinent, being considered neither completely male nor female. Hijra's identity originates in ancient Hinduism and evolved during the Delhi Sultanate. I think. I do know Delhi is, a typically accepted pronunciation, and Mughal Empire. So, now I know I've kind of I've kind of summarized that, like, as far as like the population of Hijra in India, it's comparable to the population of trans women in many Western countries, right? I mean, obviously, it's not like going to be a complete one-to-one, distribution ratio, but it's comparable. Ergo, like, so yeah, like they do kind of like form little, like little, like it says, live in communities that follow a kinship system, but they're also like a part of neighborhoods, right? It's like I said on the last stream, like a lot of times you'll see them like setting up like 10 people to like a little tiny apartment, much like Marsha P. Johnson and Gloria Rivera did when they were the street trends action revolutionary star, that their little collective that they did for home, usually homeless transgender youth, right? So like they'll set up like little like not quite homesteads, but let's like go here, let's go here, because like I said, like Ethel doesn't even necessarily have to go directly to the women's queue. She could go to, because like I said, the Hijra in India are roughly as many as there are trans women in Western countries, roughly, like approximately. And they have a experience that is not the same as Ethel's, being Ethel is a British trans feminine non-binary person who English ostensibly English father, Danish mother, and has simply been living in India since at least 2017, right? So it's not going to be the same experience as somebody who is Hijra, from and living in India. But there is a similar enough experience that if she went to somebody Hijra who is almost certainly living within a 1 mile radius, there's almost certainly like like a Hijra or two living, probably one of those little apartments that I described, within a 1 mile radius of wherever the hell Ethel and Essence of Spouse are living at. And she could just go up to them. And even if she has to have Udita translate, but then again, like that would be Ethel and, giving up some control over the situation, right? Because, she doesn't really speak enough Hindi to get by. She just goes to like, due to British colonialism and English imperialism for over 2 centuries in India, it is a national language. Therefore, if somebody wishes to speak to me, Ethel of Thurston, in India, they must use English, even though it is not uncommon to run into people in India, even big metropolitan cities in India. There are going to be at least some people who barely know, much more English than hello, goodbye, thank you. Like there are going to be people who just, for whatever reasons, did not learn much English. And yes, it does, greatly reduce job opportunity. But I'm not going to come down, hard on the whole caste system in India, that it survives in a way, like officially. Last I knew anyway, officially, it wasn't really considered a thing anymore in India, but it's like to now I know a lot of people explain it, at least when I was a kid in the 80s, and it was explained to us during that chapter of social studies. Excuse me. They explained it they explained the India caste system as like, well, if your parents are doctors, that means you're also going to be a doctor. You'll be sent to school to be a doctor, et cetera, right? And I know now that that is a major oversimplification of things, but it's you know, like it's a major oversimplification of things. It's you know, so it's but and like I said, like last I knew anyway, officially it wasn't like a major thing, but it's still like because it existed pre-imperialism, you know, pre-colonialism to some extent anyway. I do believe colonialism just really took advantage and turned it up to 11, if I seem to recall correctly. I may be off. I may be off. I do read a lot, and even though I do have an excellent recall for facts as well as memory, so I've got good semantic and episodic memory, sometimes things do get kind of jumbled together. Like I'll remember some things, but it was actually about this other thing that I also read about, right? So it's not, I have a sharp memory. That doesn't mean it's perfect. But so yeah, like Hijra are considered, you know, closer to at least like how the Hijra live their day-to-day lives. It kind of come I've referred it to as a gender cast, which, you know, seems kind of accurate to, you know, the last time I spoke with somebody about this who, you know, was of that background. But yeah, like, you know, and I'm saying, like, I'm not saying Ethel needs to appropriate anything from, you know, the Hijra the Hijra subculture within Hinduism, which, you know, Ethel is not a part of. Ethel's not even Hindu. Ethel says she's an atheistic agnostic atheist, but she definitely seems very informed by the religious background that of at least one parent, if I recall correctly. So so yeah. Ethel's a bit of a thing, but anyway, social status and economic circumstances. Now, like I said, I'm asking that Ethel, please, just like use this empathy you claim to have so much of, which you don't. But you know, like try to put on that mask, actually put on the mask of empathy you claim to have, and maybe acknowledge that, you know, you could go to the Hijra local to you and essence of spouse, aka your human shield, Udita. She may have to translate. That is fine. You know, she's somebody you've described as the woman you love so much, so shouldn't you trust her to translate accurately enough for you? To ask for just some basic practical advice on how to navigate life in India as somebody who is probably going to be seen as not quite male, but also not quite female by a lot of people. But yeah, most Hijra live at the margins of society with very low status. The very word Hijra is sometimes used in a derogatory manner, such as, you know, like I said, like when somebody from like a Southeast Asian country was like visiting Ann Arbor and happened to be there during art fair and had a small child, and she was pointing to him or pointing to me and telling the child, Katoy, you know, like she isn't telling this kid to call me that because that's what she sees me as. So yeah, like I know that, but it's what we have to operate with in English, right? So yes, I acknowledge this here, that sometimes in some parts of India and amongst some people, it may be used in a derogatory manner. Oh, looky here, Ethel. Male, female, and Hijra public toilets in India. Male, female, and Hijra public toilets in India. What the hell, Ethel? What are you saying? There's nothing for non-binary people in India. I don't know exactly where in India she is, but But yeah, here we are. Male, female, and hijra public toilets in India. There are legit non-binary public toilets in India that Ethel claims do not exist. Like, okay, like maybe it's not the exact city where Ethel and the human shield live. But look at this. Look at this. Let's zoom in just a little bit more. Really? You're going to do this to me today? Politics and religion. Education. Okay, here we are. Male, female, and hijra public toilets in India. I don't know if you're seeing the Grammarly jobby here. Can I make this go away? Settings. Hide. Yes, for now. Okay. Male, and hijra public toilets in India. He, she, transgender. He, she, transgender. What the hell, Ethel? What the hell? This is proof that Ethel does not leave the house. Ethel does not leave the house. She cannot go outside the house long enough to see that there, I mean, again, this would depend on exactly like what the city where she and human shield essence of spouse Udita live. But like, look, he, she, transgender. We've got male, female, hijra, public toilets in India. Ethel does not leave the house. Ethel does not leave the house. Confirmed that Ethel Thurston does not leave the house. Oh God. This is beautiful. This is so beautiful. I have confirmed that Ethel does not leave the house. Oh my God. This is so funny. This is just so fucking funny. I can't. Oh God. I'm so sorry. This is just too much. This is just too much. This is so beautiful. I mean, on the one hand, right? Like it should, like, on the one hand, I agree with the people who say that gendered bathrooms, that gendered public toilets just should not be a thing anywhere. Like, this should not be a thing. This wasn't always a thing. This was not always a thing. That, like, gendered public lavies are a relatively recent thing. These did not exist before the late 19th century. I mean, there may have been brief times. I mean, I guess when we're going back into ancient history, and I do know in ancient Judaism and certain Orthodox sects of Judaism, segregating genders, has always been a constant thing, right? Like, so, but I'm like in Western culture, especially during the history of British colonialism, gendered public toilets were not always a thing. It's a relatively recent, it's something that's been relatively recently introduced into the Anglosphere, you know, like the English first language countries and, you know, colonies of said, right? So I'm not sure how much I'm not sure how much the gendered public toilets for in India has been like how much of it has been influenced by British colonialism and how much of it, you know, predates that into other like aspects of Hinduism and the culture around it, right? You know, it's like the dominant calling Hinduism a dominant religion in India is kind of a misnomer. It's closer to like a religious group, like a group of religions, similar to how paganism works, right? And when I'm saying paganism, I'm talking about like well, I um I come from a background of Hellenic reconstruction, so ancient Greek style paganism, right? And in ancient Greece, there was not like one like dominant form of, you know, of worshiping the gods, right? Like we see like the 12 Olympians. That is kind of a recent thing too, right? That's kind of a recent thing, like even in terms like it's much newer to ancient Greek religion than a lot of people seem to think, but so it's like it wasn't a constant thing, right? And that, like I said, and even when that did kind of become a thing in ancient Greece, it wasn't like it wasn't like enforced the way Catholicism enforced itself upon people, right? So like in ancient Greece, like there would be like, yeah, there were the main patron deities of the cities, and so I concentrated on the religious practices of the Ocean Prefecture in Greece, which is where we get cities like Thebes, or Thiva in the modern pronunciation, and Thespia, which is where Eros. So like this hand. So my left hand is 1334, which is a Rawls Williams thing, but my right hand is Eros in the ancient Greek script, because like he's still my primary deity. I was for a time what a lot of polytheists would say was a god spouse of sorts, but that's that's kind of like, I'm not saying it's an amicable split because, you know, it's still like a primary deity, but for me, but it's I refer to myself as an eclectic polytheist now, right? So and I don't mean that in the way, I don't want to get too much into like pagan, like inter-pagan politics, I guess, right? But so like there would be like, so in Thespia there was like the main temple to Eros, right? But there would be, you know, temples to other deities, the Graces, their original cultist was in Thespia, right? So but just because you worshipped Eros, you could also still worship the Carates, the Graces, or you could keep them completely separate, right? Like it was. I see some people say like kind of like buffet style, like just because like it was all there, like you were expected to eat something, right? You were expecting to go up to the buffet and pick something, right? And of course, like there, you know, when you get to your table, so like, you know, in the home, there was like your family's practice, which included like, you know, reverence of ancestors and stuff, right? So like I'm just getting sidetracked to just like point out that there's like no one Hinduism, right? It's a group of religions that that are related to each other, but are not necessarily mutually compatible, but they are not fundamentally mutually incompatible either, right? So it's like if somebody if somebody felt if somebody felt called to the I'm actually not I'm actually like hard pressed to think of an example right now, but like let's just say like for random example, like um in in Athens, especially in Attica, right? Adonis could not be worshipped by men. Only women were allowed to worship Adonis, right? So that would be like some mutual incompatibility. Like you could be a man who just feels like really drawn to the mythology of Adonis. Like I guess you were allowed to teach his, the mythology of Adonis as like a philosopher, but you weren't allowed to take part in the in the religious cultist practices, right? And I say cultist in like the old pagan term, not as in like how Ethel runs her Discord server. So Cute Gut says Eastern religion is very messy and has gone through many changes throughout the years, so it's very oh yeah. So it's like when I say like Hinduism is like the dominant culture, it just that doesn't necessarily mean the same way as saying that like Catholicism is the dominant culture in Italy, right? Though then again, in Italy, you've got like these little saints that are venerated like in only like these little tiny villages, right? So I guess it is comparable in a way, but not to the extent that it is with Catholicism in Italy, right? So like yeah, like Hinduism is the dominant cultural force in India and kind of always has been, but that can look a lot of different ways depending on the city. So as I began with this is like, okay, like if British imperialism had like, I don't know like what kind of like huge influence British imperialism had over gendered, like this kind of like gender segregation of things like public toilets or like Ethel's little anecdote about the subway queues. But like again, we see here public toilets in India for men, women, and hijra. So we see that like if enough thing in the city where Ethel and Essence of Spouse, Human Shield Udita live, if this is a common thing where they live in their city, and this is proof Ethel does not leave the house, which is just funny. It's just funny. I've just shown that again because like I said, the way that Hinduism is like the primary cultural influence in India doesn't mean the same thing as saying Catholicism is the primary cultural force in Italy, right? And it may share some similarities, such as how like in Italy you can have like these little villages where you've got this like obscure little saint that may or may not be like have his own mythology that may or may not be influenced by like a Roman or even Etruscan god from before Catholicism, but like this saint is only like venerated in these little tiny villages like in Italy, right? It is like a random saint. Let's just call him let's just call him I'm looking at my hand like no, like let's just okay, let me look at my other hand. Let's just call him Saint Roz, right? Because Roz Williams on the 1334, right? Let's just say like Saint Roz is only, like honored, as like the patron saint of this tiny little village. And like outside of that village, like it would be very uncommon to run into anybody who had never been to that little village before and had heard of Saint Roz, right? Yes, I drink pickle brine. Don't judge me. But, so yeah, like Hinduism in India is influential on the culture, kind of like that, only like a bit more so, right? Like there are a number of different sects of Hinduism that are just like, it's just like completely fascinating. Like I've got a friend who they're based in Indiana, and they've come up to visit me a couple times. So they're in Indiana, but they've converted to shit. I'll know when I look at the name. I'll know when I look at the name. Main sects of Hinduism. There we go. Predictive typing. Shaivism. Shaivism. So Shiva is the primary deity in the sect that my friend converted to. But even within that sect of Hinduism, my friend's got like a really like strong focus on Ganesha, right? So yeah, like the way Hinduism influences the culture, the dominant cultural force in India is it can share some similarities to how Catholicism is the dominant cultural force in Italy, just because like I said, we're talking in Italy, not in the United States, right? We're talking in Italy, where Catholicism is absolutely 100% the dominant cultural force. This it's called Roman Catholicism for a reason, right? Okay. But like I said, you can get into these little villages that aren't even on maps of Italy, right? You could just go to these little villages in Italy, and there can be these little villages that have this little patron saint of the village who is not even not even officially recognized by the Roman Catholic Church sometimes, right? Many are, but some are not, which kind of makes you wonder, oh, is this did his traditional mythology was that adapted from an old Etruscan god or similar, right? But so yeah, it's kind of like that, but like more so. It's like a minestrone soup that that Cute Guts said something. What did you say exactly? Got to switch tabs. Yeah, it's gone through many changes and can be kind of messy, but it's like that. It's not like I just compared to a minestrone soup where you see all of these little chunks and bits of you've got the pastas and you've got 4 different kinds of vegetables, right? I just said vegetable and because I've been watching a lot of MST3K this last few days, and that's kind of a Wisconsin dialect thing that's come out a couple times with both Joel and Mike during the classic years, right? But the show is based in they even do the filming based in Minnesota, right? So it's a very Midwestern show. We love it here. It's like a lot of states around the Great Lakes region, including Minnesota. We've got this kind of attitude around each other that's like the brothers on Malcolm in the Middle. It's like we can mess with each other, but we'll have the back of the other state if somebody else wants to shit talk you, like Michigan and Ohio. I was technically born in Ohio, right? Raised in Metro Detroit, and I've lived in Michigan most of my life. But it's Michigan and Ohio, we can go back and forth, shit talking each other, until we're both blue in the face. We'll say we hate each other, but at the end of the day, it's we all know, we've all got friends and family that live between both states, so it's you can't say anything like that and completely hate the state and mean it, right? If somebody genuinely I don't know, a lot of the jokes about how astronauts seem to disproportionately come from Ohio, just to leave the planet, is it means something different when it comes from somebody else who's also from Ohio, right? So that's why I can get a little bit defensive about, when I've got stories about, when I used to hang out with punks in New York, but that's another story for another time. And of course oh, by the way, I made this top. That's kind of why I put it on tonight. I made this top. I could probably run it through a delicate cycle soon anyway, but I made this. It took me about 80 hours to do, but yeah, this is all crochet mesh with the fillet design in it. So yeah, just all I did was just look up to just go over the socioeconomic status of Hijra in India, just to because I just wanted to illustrate how Ethel can be kind of classist, and or at least this might take on this might have a classist background on why Ethel does not go and consult the local Hijra, who are almost certainly like a couple in the neighborhood where she and Udita live. Like, that's almost certainly a situation that happens because, like I said, like, in terms of population, there are roughly as many Hijra in India as there are in Western countries, right? Or not Hijra in Western countries, but as many, there's roughly as many Hijra in, on the Indian subcontinent as there are trans women and non-binary trans femmes, such as Ethel herself, in Western countries, right? Okay, so, like I said, like, in terms of population, it's close enough. So, like, that means, statistically speaking, there's at least a couple Hijra living within about a 1 mile radius of the home where Ethel and Essence of Human Shield Udita live, right? And that means Ethel, perhaps with Udita acting as a translator, but that would necessitate Ethel give up a little bit of power over the situation. So Ethel is averse to this option, just on that alone. But if for some reason Ethel could pull her thumb, maybe not completely out of her sphincter, but maybe this much out of her sphincter, right? Like, go from this much in to this much in, right? If she pulled her thumb out even just this much, she'd allow Udita to translate for her when she, asks for some practical life advice on how to navigate life in India, as she's been attempting to for almost the last, if not over the last decade. She's been living in India since at least 2017, just by going shit she's said. Like, I'm not doing any deep dives into Ethel lore. I'm just saying I'm just repeating what Ethel says herself, and I have good recall memory for, learning facts. Is it perfect? No. Is it better than most people's? Yes. So, like I said, Ethel could just pull her thumb from this far up her sphincter to this far, right? She could just pull it halfway, and ask, hello, wife Udita, whom I love very much. Could you please find Hijra number 4 on this list I compiled from Facebook, looking up locals who might have practical advice for navigating the subways, because I would like to stop taking the taxis, which cost 10 times as much, and therefore put some money for food back into our starving mouths. But Ethel doesn't want to do that. Ethel doesn't want to do even that much, because why? She thinks she's better than them. Because technically, Udita can afford to let Ethel take taxis everywhere, which, Ethel likes to complain. Oh, but it costs 10 times as much. But at least I don't get to see the scary brown guys with the security guard uniforms. So let's see. Most Hijras live at the margins of society with very low status. The very word Hijra is sometimes used in a derogatory manner. As I said, like, when that woman tourist with a small child from some Southeast Asian country where Hijra, or not Hijra, Katoi is the local word. I know it's often associated with Thailand and the Thai language, but I know it's also used in by some Filipinos. I know it's used in Laos. Those are the three I know where Katoi is like part of the, the local language. It's not just Thailand, right? So it's like I said, like some Southeast Asian country where Katoi, and like I said, this was a woman with a child who couldn't have been more than 5. She's pointing at me and telling the child, Katoi, Katoi, like I'm there busking on the streets. And it occurs to me like a few minutes after that, I'm like, wait a second. That fucking woman just called me a fucking slur word for trans, or depending on the local culture, could also be a slur for any effeminate, gay man, right? It's a broad brush slur in in some countries, right? So, like I said, but okay. Okay, let's see. The Indian lawyer and author Rajesh Talwar. Now, I'm not gonna. I know, yeah, an Indian lawyer who's written a book, and I'm like, wait, has it Udita? I don't know if Udita's written a book. I know she's been on I know she's been she's done like very activist minded stuff. But yeah, it was like I know like I was just like, wait a second, I was just talking about Ethel and her lawyer wife, and now we've got somebody who who's a lawyer who wrote a book, and I'm like, I did not pre-read this. I couldn't breathe from laughing at the male female in Hijra public toilets in India that suggest that if this kind of thing is common in the city where Ethel and Udita live, the house. Anyway, Rajesh Talwar. What is? Do I want to travel all the way to Wikipedia to see how his name is pronounced? I know Rajesh is typically accepted. Talwar looks like how it should be said based on other Hindi names I've seen. Of course, that's assuming Hindi or otherwise Southeast, like Indian subcontinent, right? Because there's about 400 languages in India, as per what Josh looked up the other day. Anyway, he's written a book titled "The Third Sex and Human Rights," highlighting the human rights abuses suffered by the community, aka the Hijra community, right? So, oh my gosh, right? Okay, so human rights abuse. Udita is a human rights lawyer in India. Udita is a human rights lawyer in India. Now, I'm not saying that this means Udita is like a direct a direct colleague of this gentleman, right? I'm not saying they were direct colleagues. They might not even know each other, but if he's a lawyer concerned with human rights issues and has written a book about the human rights abuses suffered by the Hijra community in India, then Udita has almost certainly heard of this person. Like, he's writing a book about Hijra. I'm not going to assume he identifies as male. So that's not me doing a tactical anything. That's me saying looking at the evidence and saying, okay, I could say guy. I mean, I think I said guy like in like the general, neutral-ish way that is, common to my local dialect. But I've also said person to acknowledge that, there can be some, like he may have like a personal, interest, right? Or he could just be an incredibly empathetic human being. But again, he's a human rights lawyer in India who's written, this book, The Third Sex and Human Rights, about the human rights abuses suffered by the Hijra community in India. So Udita has every reason to know about this man, or at least his book, right? Right? Which means Udita has every reason to know, like how to approach these kinds of questions to local Hijra at the very least, so that Ethel could, spend 90% less money by taking the subway instead of the taxis all the freaking time. But again, like, this just comes back to my point that Ethel thinks she's better than this. Like, Ethel doesn't want to do this because Ethel is so fucking narcissistic. She thinks she's above this shit. Ethel literally thinks she's better than this. She thinks she's better than this. Okay, few employment opportunities are available to Hijras. Many get their income from performing at ceremonies. I'm thinking Toli. Begging. Yeah, I did mention the last couple streams where I mentioned, Ethel and, her bizarre aversion to Hijra is many Hijra are street beggars. So, and I'm not going to attempt the this word for begging because I do not speak this. I do not speak the language. Which a lot of people could just look at my name and be like, I don't know what language that is. So I am just going to go with Ru because that's the first two letters and that makes sense. Yeah, but no, like people want to just just like be imperialists and attempt whatever they think an English language equivalent, to how to pronounce my name is going to sound like. Anyway, so yeah, see, many Hydra get their income from performing at ceremonies, totally, which I kind of know about. So that's why I'm a tiny bit more confident with how to pronounce this. So amongst the polytheists that I do who I knew initially from the Hellenic communities, I do keep in contact relatively, closely, give or take, with some people who have a lot of like really close contacts in India, and my friend Edward, I think he's got a PhD, or is he just still working on his PhD? He's a philosophy professor in New York, upstate New York. Edward Butler. He's written a couple books on Platonism, and he's got a lot of contacts in the Hindu community, because there is a Greco-Hindu tradition that goes way ancient, where that basically like Platonic Hinduism, so like Hinduism informed by Platonic philosophy, right? So yeah, just like he's not even Hindu. He's actually, I don't know if he's queer or not. I know a couple of our mutual friends are, and so yeah, like he's got a lot of sympathies towards the LGBTQ community, and he's got a lot of sympathies towards at least the more moderate brands of Hindu nationalism, just which like I know like Hindu nationalism is kind of a thing that is unfortunately, oh my god, Savitri Devi, if you ever have the time, Behind the Bastards did, I believe, a 3-part podcast about Savitri Devi. Woman was a freaking crackpot, but she was born Greek. She converted to Hinduism as suggested by the name, and she got very into 1930s German politics because YouTube, right? So yeah, like there are some Hindu nationalists who are big fans of Savitri Devi, to put it lightly. But then there are others where it's a lot more moderate. His sympathies are with the more moderate Hindu nationalists who, don't want to culturally obliterate other religions, including there's been long-term tensions with Hindus and Muslims in India, so like they don't want to culturally obliterate the Muslims of India, but they're they I don't know, like I can understand the sympathies, just because like I can understand some like really moderate sympathies. Like I don't want to do apologism for that kind of thing, but because I don't know, like I grew up Catholic, so just like the Abrahamic religions, just kind of like I kind of side eye a lot of times, but like if you're the Cat Stevens kind of Muslim, where he's a hippie, or even just like the Peter Murphy kind of Muslim, because Peter Murphy, former singer for Bauhaus, got a strong solo career as well, and he's also a convert to Sufi Islam, right, which is a mystic sect of Islam that does allow for moderate consumption of wine, and other sorts of like entheogenic kind of practices, right? So yeah, like I don't. Yeah, it's like with me and it's because I know that like they're come from like the Abrahamic family of religions, and it can get very, very. I'm not going to get sidetracked about this. We're already getting a bit much. Okay, so yeah, I've mentioned before that a lot of Hijra in India are street beggars. And this is a word I'm presuming Hindi know how to pronounce, or prostitution. Another word I'm not going to attempt. An occupation of eunuchs also recorded in pre-modern times. Okay, so yeah. So not just like Hijra, but people who were neutered as a step in like often slavery, right? So okay, violence against Hijras, especially those who are prostitutes, SWs, is often brutal and occurs in public spaces, police stations, prisons, and their homes. As with transgender people in most of the world, they face extreme discrimination in health, housing, education, employment, immigration, law, and any bureaucracy that is unable to place them into male or female categories. So, again, like you'd think Ethel would be just a little bit empathetic towards, the common ground that she, as a Western trans feminine non-binary person, shares, some common ground. Like it's not going to be a complete overlap on the Venn, but it's going to be about like yay, right? So like Hijra of India, and somebody in Ethel's position, you'd think they'd share enough common ground that Ethel would be a bit sympathetic enough to say, hey, like, this is just like you'd think, like I'm coming from this at a place where, I'm a queer gotta get into Ethel speak. Well, I am coming at this from the place of a queer person who wants to foster community between other LGBTQ and gender diverse persons. I am hoping to show the empathy I try to feign on YouTube and elsewhere on the internet, so I am hoping that perhaps we can look out for each other. My wife, Udita, the human shield against people calling me racist for the things I do and say that are racist. She is a human rights attorney here in India. I am hoping we can work together to build some camaraderie locally with ourselves, but first I am extremely desperate for advice on how to navigate the subway. You'd think if Ethel was even half as empathetic as she claims to be, that she would see some common ground here, and she would hope that, and she would understand that because people in very desperate circumstances, much as we said, many Hijra in India who, street beggars, SW work, S workers, and, and occasionally getting work in religious ceremony, performing religious ceremonies, who face all of these hardships, all of this, they face extreme discrimination in health, housing, education, employment, immigration, law, and any bureaucracy that is unable to place them into male or female gender categories. You would think that because, yes, even Hijra sometimes have to take the subway, that they would have some kind of practical advice to offer Ethel. And says people in these desperate situations, like, yes, I have been street homeless 3 times in my life. The most recent bout ended almost 10 months ago, right? Oh, yeah, ended about 10 months ago, right? The most recent bout of street homelessness that I suffered ended about 10 months ago. So I know that when somebody is in a desperate situation, as this paragraph suggests, of most Hijra in India, I know from personal experience that one's empathy can be stretched to the limits, and people will still expect practically superhuman feats of empathy from somebody whose empathy is being weakened from, you know, like basically being given PTSD all over again, like, you know, further complicating one's already complex PTSD, right? You know, I mean, but still, like there was a moment when, like, this was before the fire. This was before the fire when somebody this was after somebody stole Mr. Midnight's ashes out of the tent while I was out for the day. They stole my cat's ashes. And I just went off on the first person I saw who was apparently in a similar condition, because, like, there was a couple other tents in the woods. And I saw him and I just went off on him, and his reaction just thankfully, like, I was able to, like, you know, I still had enough of my faculties about me that one of my sisters had bipolar schizoaffective disorder, and she passed away due to she was in a manic period at that time, and when you're having when you've got bipolar schizoaffective disorder like she did, it can be like episodes can be triggered especially hard during times of stress, and I was like in the middle of like helping her get to U of M hospital here in Ann Arbor, because she was living in Lenawee County at the time, which has terrible mental health facilities there. And she and I were talking about it, like, because, like, even when you're having, like, you know, like a period, like a chunk of like because, like, some, like, people underestimate manic episodes. Like, they can be like, you know, a few hours, or they can be a few weeks, right? Like, you're not, like, it's not something like, it's not something that can be easily predicted by the person who's going through it, much less the, you know, your loved ones who are watching. So, like I said, like, I went off, I was like totally, like, verbally tore into, like, the first person I saw who I recognized was, you know, himself homeless as well. But still, like, when I saw his reaction, something just clicked in me that this man is also living with either schizoaffective disorder himself, or, you know, a more acute schizophrenia, like without so much the bipolar symptoms. And, you know, I was able to stop myself, because I realized that, you know, like, yeah, I, like, my patience has been stretched to the max. You know, like, somebody stole my cat's ashes. Well, you know, one of my cats who had passed, right? Somebody had stolen one of my cat's ashes, right? So it's like my patience and my you know, had been, like, stretched, you know, but, you know, at the same time, it's like, it was his ashes. It wasn't one of the living cats at the time, right? Like I just got Nigel, like, because this was, like I said, like, this was like this was so, like, I knew Nigel was safe, I knew Phoebe was safe, Murnau was still with us at that time, so Murnau was safe. It's just somebody stole Mr. Midnight's ashes, and that really set me off. And so but yeah, like I said, like, something just about his reaction, like I said, I could tell he was either living with schizoaffective disorder or acute schizophrenia himself. So so yeah, like, even people in desperate situations, like, you know, we have empathy. It's many times it is reduced because of the stress that we're going through when we're living in that kind of situation, like, especially when we're in the thick of it, you know, when street homeless, you know, and you're it's and you're going to have it a little bit easier if you are, like, you know, setting up in, like, you know, with like 10 other hijra in, like, a tiny studio apartment in like Bombay, or, oh gosh, it's not called Bombay anymore, is it? Oh gosh, did I do a colonialism? But yeah, like when you're like, setting up in like a tiny apartment with like 10 other Hydra or something, like, at least you have a roof over your head, right? And that like, like the door has locks on it, so you've got like that much, less stress taken off of you than somebody who's like street homeless, right? But still, it's like, so like there is like immense compassion and empathy and the ability to recognize that, like even though somebody is not in like your exact same situation, that they are a human being that you should feel for. And if Ethel was that kind of person who recognized the common, like the common overlap between her experience as a Western, as a white Western, trans feminine, non-binary person, and the common ground she shares with the, Indian, brown Indian Hindu Hijra, right? If she was even half as empathetic as she claims to be, she would recognize that. She would recognize that common ground, and she would realize that, yes, these are people, human beings, in a desperate situation, and that their patience and their emotional receptiveness to people who are, for all intents and purposes, strangers, maybe at least momentarily reduced due to the stress that they are living in these desperate, situations, like, like earning money as street beggars, facing extreme discrimination in healthcare, education, housing, etc., etc. Right? But Ethel doesn't think like that. Ethel thinks, why should I lower myself to that? That's how Ethel thinks. Because if Ethel thought anything else, if Ethel thought in a manner that was even halfway as compassionate and empathetic as she claims to be, she would recognize that, like, not only does she see, like, some overlap in experience, some, common ground between her experience as a white Western non-binary trans feminine person and a brown Indian Hijra, right? There's going to be some common ground, right? Because these are both traditionally non-binary genders, right? But Ethel, like, this is the kind of like this is kind of like what bothers people about do I want to pull a Chris Chan comparison? Because like I've been in discussions with people about Chris Chan, and like more not especially recently, but about this kind of thing in particular, where like somebody who already has difficulties with expressing empathy, which, like, not all people on the autism spectrum have issues with feeling empathy. In fact, many can feel empathy, like, perhaps to a disproportionate degree, like a little bit more. It's just in expressing it, there are difficulties, right? So, like I've just said to people, like, but one of the difficulties where Chris has in even recognizing a situation where Chris can practice empathy and perhaps learn better empathy, because again, like, it's as much an emotional reaction as it is like an intellectual skill, right? And Chris has a hard time recognizing that people think differently from the way Chris thinks, right? Which is like the source of many people's frustrations with Chris. And I'm not saying Ethel is just like that, but I am saying that the degree of Ethel's narcissism that she has displayed many times over the whole time she's been on the internet, definitely over the whole time she's been on the internet that I've been aware of her, right? Ethel just doesn't want to consider what other people would think and feel if she were to approach them with a question like that, that would appeal to their good sense, to their sense of empathy, right? She just doesn't want to know. She just doesn't care enough. Because if she did, she might have included that in her anecdote, that, she's not completely alone, because the Hijra has, India has the Hijra gender caste, where, it's not the exact same as her experience as a white, Western, trans feminine, non-binary person, but it does have some similar common grounds that, and maybe she wouldn't be paying 10 times as much for the subway by taking taxis everywhere. The anecdote might have gone a bit differently if Ethel even cared that, just because she wouldn't have the compassion in that situation, if somebody were to come up to her and ask her for practical advice, or at least if somebody came up and asked her for practical advice without knowing who the hell she is. Because, yeah, she kind of, has some sense of that with her goddamn YouTube channel, but it's because they're coming to her not as another human being, but as Ethel, Essence of Thought, the YouTuber. Because it feeds into her narcissistic ego. But if if she were just like some, no-name trans feminine person who, living in England, living in like Haggis-on-Way, England, wherever the fuck she's actually from, and somebody from the, Hijra gender caste, for whatever reason, ended up living in England and, knew Ethel just from the neighborhood in that little, tiny town in England, and just came up to Ethel one day and said, hi, I see that you kind of seem like you have an experience similar to mine. Can you help me with, some just like practical advice for living in this town with, a gender in, that's not quite man, but not quite woman? If Ethel were in that situation where, in that situation where like the roles were reversed, Ethel would think, who the hell are you coming to me asking me for advice? I'm not here to teach you anything. I don't owe you anything. I don't owe you my advice. That's Ethel's attitude. Because, why would somebody come up to her if they just, if they didn't know who she was? They only come up to her to, heap praises upon her, or, glean from her wisdom, because she's created this public image for herself where that's basically like her own narcissistic fuel. Like, she only wants to pretend she's dispensing advice to people when it can be done so in a way that feeds her narcissistic fuel. But yeah, just like seeing this picture here, seeing this photo of male, female, and Hijra public toilets in India, this practically confirms, like I said, like, it would depend on how common these are. Like, it's possible that these may not be all common, that, they may just be like, in some cities and not in others. If there are some in the city where Ethel and Udita live, Ethel does not leave the house. So Ethel probably does not leave the house. We now have a 50% chance confirmed. A confirmed minimum 50% chance that Ethel does not leave the house. Speaking of, the aforementioned all Hijra communities where many Hijra seek refuge and move in. These are made up of a hierarchical structure with large groups of Hijras from different areas forming lineages or Gharanas. Like I said, I'm basing this off of other Hindi words I know. A Naayak transliterated is the head of the primary decision maker. Is the head and primary decision maker for a Gharana, determining policies for the community. Falling under that person are gurus, literally teachers. Gurus are above community members and regulate daily life in the housing space known as a dera. Okay, so like I said, like, well, I was saying that, like, I made the comparison to like the tiny little apartments and stuff, based on like a documentary that I'd seen, and like seeing the similarities, that I do, because like, yes, things like racial demographics, which, yes, social constructs, but, they are still, in a sense, also very real things that affect a person's day-to-day life, right? So, there's going to be a different experience between these Hijra communities, but there are also some similarities that you can see with, like I said, like Star, the street trans action revolutionaries with Marsha P. Johnson and Gloria Rivera, right? So, I mean, here this is sounding like, like somewhere. So this is sounding like a little bit like the Star, the street trans action revolutionaries, right? Traditionally, teachers and their disciples use these terms as in many domains such as religious learning. However, they bear specific meaning in Hijra communities as being about cultural learning. Hijra chelas, again, I'm basing this on other Indian words I know, are taught about Hijra customs by their guru. These communities reflect similarities to Western notions of found family. So again, like I said, like there is some common there are some similarities with like what I said, like the Gloria Rivera and Marsha P. Johnson with the street trans action revolutionaries, right? In these communities, the Hijra usually refer to each other in feminine terms. Thus, they refer to their relations as sisters with those who fall around their age, or aunt with those who are older than them, and so on, right? Which sounds a little similar to to the drag houses, right? So yeah, like Ethel would know this, and Ethel, like I said, it would not be the exact same thing. And I doubt, just based on the fact that Ethel is an atheist, would not want to like integrate into Hijra religious customs, religious and cultural customs. But there is, there can still be, there can still be a coalition, right? In October 2013, Pakistani Christians and Muslims, Shia and Sunni Muslims, put pressure on the landlords of Imamiya Colony to evict any transgender residents. I.A. Rahman, the director of the Human Rights Commission of Pakistan, said, generally in Pakistan, Khawaja Sira are not under threat, but they are in Khyber Khyber province because of a new Islam underway. Oh, yeah. So, healthcare, social status, and okay. Criminalization of sexuality. Is there anything? Okay, we're not seeing much about like like subway access, but Hijra protesting in Islamabad. But yeah, Ethel quite clearly thinks she's better than these people. Though, if you ask me personally, maybe Ethel's a little bit jealous. I don't know. I don't usually like getting catty like that, but, so, yeah, like, Ethel, there are people local to you, Ethel, in India, where you could at least ask practical life advice. Like, we're not saying to appropriate their customs. We're not saying to, appropriate their culture or anything like that. We are talking about practical life advice. We are talking about practical life advice. And if you ever pull your thumb from this far up your ass to this far up your ass, and you go to like one of the local Hijra to your, neighborhood, and you ask how do things, and since they use feminine terms amongst themselves, I'm a little okay, saying she points you to the public toilets that say man, woman, hijra. I hope you feel embarrassed if that day should ever pass. I hope you feel embarrassed now, because I know you're watching this, or if you yourself are not watching this, you're having Levi watch it for you, where, I hope it became clear that you do not leave the house, since there are at least some cities in India, possibly yours. There's a good chance that one of your city is included, where there are public toilets designated men, women, hijra. So that's a thing. All right. Okay, just because I know YouTube is kind of stupid, or just because I know Restream is kind of stupid about YouTube, I'm gonna close that and just like reopen to share it, because that's what's doing lately. I mean, yes, I refreshed the computer. Oh, hey, we're more people are saying stuff. Cute guts. Ethel, when she learns what touching grass is. I cannot see that whole emoji there, but yeah. Okay, Eastern religion can be very messy. Josh is saying that she's an Indian doxing. Well, I mean, if it is, she did it to herself many times before today, so. But, I'm the one who's also reminding people that, she has admitted that she lives in India and has since at least 2017. So because it's coming from me, Ethel's probably going to call it doxing. Just like when I remind people on Twitter that FDC literally you say to people, or not to people, I mean, Shark is people, but FD Signifier literally admitted on Shark 300's stream one time that he used to go onto the Stormfront forums in the early noughts. And it doesn't matter how many times I post clips and screenshots of that, there's always going to be a couple people who insist that I'm lying about FD Signifier when I say that. I'm posting proof of him saying it with his own face. But, because they'd rather, they'd rather listen to the man who literally gaslights his audience at this point. Like, at this point, I'm convinced that FD Signifier is, totally okay with gaslighting his audience. He said that on Shark's stream, like a couple years ago. Now he denies he ever said it, but it's still up on Shark's channel. The VOD is still up on Shark's channel when FD Signifier said it. But if FD Signifier wants to now say that, oh, I never said that, you liar! That is literally gaslighting your audience. That is literally trying to gaslight your audience. At least those amongst your audience who do not have as sharp a memory as I do. So yeah, like when I remind people that you yes indeed said that, and they are like, wait, that's really weird. Why would FD Signifier say or do that? And then he'll just be like, I never said that. Like, fuck you. That's a lie. That is a literal lie, because there is evidence the fire said that. So, yeah, the man is literally gaslighting his audience. So, yeah, sure, as far as Ethel's concerned, since she seems to be one of those, like, white guilt liberals all up FD Signifier's ass for some reason. Because I'm the one saying that, like, hey, Ethel has said many times that she lives in India. I'm sure Ethel's going to be like, well, if you're saying it, it's doxing. You obsessed little stalker. I'm like, no, I just have a really good memory for bullshit. And I have a low tolerance for bullshit. And Ethel is, unfortunately, full of bullshit. Like, I'm not even going to say guano at this point. Guano is bat shit. I love bats. Guano is rich in nutrients. Bullshit is mostly grass.
It's unlocked on this.
Security guard back starts barking orders at you in Hindi.
Security guard with a rifle on his back, who's barking orders in Hindi. Again, we've went over this, bringing up that it's a rifle. is just Ethel trying to like heighten the sense of fear amongst her audience on her behalf. She wants them to be afraid for her when, as I demonstrated on my previous stream on Thursday, I'm not a big gun person. I have an antique Derringer. It is still packed up in some box, probably in one of my storage closets in the front room. And it's an antique Derringer because it is a small handgun that is designed for, like, it's basically a mini revolver, and it takes like such small it takes such small ammo that it is far easier to maim with a Derringer than it is to end someone with a Derringer. That's not to say that an especially skilled marksman cannot end someone with a Derringer, but you know, like they were in the 19th century, they were often marketed as ladies, you know, purse guns for a reason. You know, like these are fairly small, you know, these are fairly small. They're not going to get into, you know, they're not going to do as much damage as a full-size revolver even, right? Whereas like in the United States, like even mall cops, aka security guards, because, you know, like, but we call them mall cops because it's common knowledge that in the United States, a lot of security guards are people who flunked out of police academy, or they're disgraced or retired police officers, right? So they're they're people who wanted to be cops but could not be cops because, you know, they're just that stupid on some level. They are cops who even the local precinct got tired of their bullshit, so they got fired. Or they are former cops who, you know, made it to retirement age, but their pension, you know, but either A, their pension isn't enough, or B, they're just bored and need something to do. So thus, mall cops, right? So like many places in the United States where mall cops are allowed to carry, and a handgun is carried in a hip holster. Whereas a rifle, I will demonstrate again for Levi or whatever little asswipe is doing this for Ethel, you know, unpaid probably. So, Levi, go tell Ethel that I understand that, like, what? Okay, so, like, again, like I said, I'm not a major gun person. The main reason I have an antique Derringer is because of Worst X. So, gotta love the fact that my goddamn instrument strap just like won't stay fucking put today because reasons, I guess. I don't know. So, as a stand-in, here's me with the hurdy-gurdy, like an especially skilled rifleman with a rifle on his back would still like need to do this. And then, as I said, there's the little sloping in the back to put it up on your shoulder, you know, so that it doesn't slip forward, because that's how you shoot a rifle. This is how you shoot a rifle, you know, and it's going to take a little bit more steps to get it off of one's back in a position to shoot than a handgun on the hip, which you can just pull out like this and bang, 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 bang. I'm loose cannon mall cop. Bang, 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 bang. You're all gone. Bang, 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 bang. Loose cannon mall cop. Whoosh. Whereas, you know, we've got the Hindi subway guard who has just had it with goddamn white people today, who is just shouting, not barking like an animal, and he's just got, like, I guarantee that more often than not, these rifles on the backs of the armed security throughout India that Ethel's talking about, I can guarantee that is more often than not security theater. This is little more than a functional prop. Like, yes, it is functional should one need to use it, but it is a prop in that the person who has it on their person at the time, is almost knows that there is, like, that it is easier to get a snow cone in hell than to find a day-to-day experience where that gun is going to need to be used. It is a prop. It is there to remind people that if something did, that if something happened that necessitated a gun, there are people with guns in this area. It's, like I said, it's security theater. It's not. So the only reason Ethel is bringing this up is, it is. Oh my gosh! What did you do with your collar, Nudie? He took his collar off again. Where do you keep taking them off at? I'm gonna find your collar. You're going to wear it. You're going to wear it. Yes. Because what if you got out in the hallway? Then with your collar and a tag that has your name and my number on it. If you have a collar with a tag that's got my number on it, and you got out in the hallway and somebody didn't know where you go, they could just text me and bring you right back. That's why you got the collar, honey. I know you don't want to wear it. I just want my dignity. I want to be a nudie little guy. Really? Okay. Am I being that annoying right now? Am I? I love you. I do. You're a cutie. I know. Am I going to Amberlynn Reed the cat? No, I'm not. Because you're a cute little guy. And I know to keep you nice and secure. Even when I do pick you up like this, I still got you secure on your rumpians, yes? And it's with both hands, and it's like up here at your shoulders, where like the least amount of, like, yeah, I know. I'm not like flinging you around by your little wristicles, am I? No. Because you're a little guy. Oh my gosh, he is so big. He was so tiny. He used to be tiny. You've gotten so big. We just got his vaccines a couple days ago, and he has about just under 6 pounds. So yes, for only about 5 months old, he's a big little guy. Aren't you? Aren't you a big little guy? Yes. Say yes. Now I'm basing his age on the weight he was when I brought him home, which was 2.5 pounds. And for kittens up to a certain age anyway, at least for the first 4 months, right? For the first 4 months, kittens usually gain about 1 pound a month. And so yeah, like at 2.5 pounds, he was about 10 weeks old. So yes, I know. Are you a cutie? Am I being a little bit much right now? Am I? Maybe. Oh. Shame him, though. Shame him. He's nude. He's all naked and nude. He needs a collar. He does. He needs his collar back on. You do. You need your collar back on. It was the kitten-sized collar, though. You are getting a little big, aren't you? Yeah. Maybe you need a new grown-up size collar. Yeah? You want an adult size collar? You do? Maybe. You're a cutie. Oh, cute little face. I love you. I do. I have to take a kitten break. I've been talking about much. I know. And I know I keep coming back to this one video because, it's just like when, let me get...
leading you to freeze, fully aware as his equally young friend is taking an interest in you.
Hold on, let me, because I've completely, forgotten, where in the thing Ethel's, Ethel, because, in this same video, let's go down, okay, let's go to transcript, show transcript, And then, okay. Please load fast. Hi. You can't make the computer load faster. Okay, so, and now we go to here and find on page. WHITE. No. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. Ethel, I quoted Martin Luther King. You did what, Ethel? Really? You as a white person? Oh. Okay, let's see. Commenting, same Blair White. Enjoyed White's personality. And I will agree with Malcolm in this, that Blair White's personality is based around being the bitchy mean girl. Okay. Like, the fact that White ends up seeing a lot of bigotry in that was, okay, white foreigner. Hi. Okay. With the police using violence as a white supremacist fantasy, some sort of twisted justification of a white supremacist fantasy. Oh, yeah, this is Malcolm. Okay, so let's go up this way. All right, so let's go this far up into it. So, yeah, like this. Okay, yeah, we can see. Okay, so here, 114 and an animal for shouting at him shouting at her in his native language. Sorry about getting the pronouns twisted up there for a second there. Okay, and here we go. And then, like, not even 10 minutes, just over 10 minutes later, going on about, well, okay, like, this is also like Malcolm's Terry video about it. So, like, even 10 minutes later, Blair White starts
Relit
2019 to 2024. Not once did I call for action to be taken against Rachel Oates. Not once did I say she should. All I did was criticize her behavior and definitive proof of what an aggressive monster I am. Meanwhile, Oates is
You know how they say every right-wing's accusation is often an admission? So she's going on, so Ethel's going on about how, first off, no, that's not all you did, genuous little fucktard. And, sorry, I'm old, that slipped out. That's, you disingenuous little couch fuck. There we go, that's about it. But, it's... You're saying that Rachel Oates is trying to portray you as this unhinged monster, but then again, like, how did you talk about that man, that security guard who was who you said was barking orders at you in Hindi? Like what? Who barks? Who barks, Ethel? Do people bark? No, we don't typically associate barking in the English language. In fact, like I don't know of a single dialect in which barking is a human sound, to that regional dialect of English. Because no, barking is an onomatopoeia that is a word that is adapted from the sound that dogs and seals and other animals make. The word barking, like I said, its origin is in an onomatopoeia of, sounds dogs make. Rawr, 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 rawr. If you're, depending on your region, you may hear that as bark, 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 bark. Or a seal. Seals, again, bark, 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 bark. And I bring up the etymology of the term barking because Ethel's done like a 40-minute video on the etymology of the word queer and why Lily Orchard is wrong to say the word queer is a slur. I used to have that video, like up until like last year. I had that video in my history and info LGBTQ playlist on my YouTube. I have a bunch of playlists for a lot of things. A lot of them are public, some of them are private, but this was in like Ethel's like 40-minute video on the etymology of the word queer was in my, was in one of my playlists, and I knew it was there, and I didn't forget it was there because it's overall a pretty good explanation on the etymology of the word queer and how it is not, at least not universally a slur, because like I said, like English is not a monolithic language. It is best described as, as a language group with about a dozen, if not more, primary regional dialects that are more like mutually intelligible between themselves than say Italian is to Spanish, right? Like Italian and Spanish, they're both Latinate dialect. They're both Latinate languages, right? Or Romance languages, I guess some people still say, descended from Latin. But they're different enough that, and kind of get through Spanish for a day, but you're gonna have a lot more trouble than if you didn't speak Italian, right? Like that's my whole that was my whole reasoning for learning to speak Welsh, even though my mother's father was Cornish. My maternal grandfather, who I was pretty close to as a kid, he was Cornish, not Welsh. But I learned Welsh because, well, it's a similar enough language, and at the time in the early 1990s, when I was learning it as a 12-year-old from like books and audio cassettes from the library, I could not access how to learn Cornish, but I could access how to learn Welsh. And from reading a little bit that I did at the time, it did seem that, learning Welsh before learning Cornish would give me a leg up over people, who, don't speak either of them. Like it would be like, again, like if you only speak Italian and you're trying to navigate your way through Spain, only speaking Italian, you're going to do mostly okay. But there are going to be some differences to the languages where you are having trouble. And, and a lot of things will not translate very easily. Whereas like language, it's that, so they're a lot closer than Italian is to Spanish. But yeah, like English is not a monolith. Like there are regional dialects all over the place. And so, yeah, in some regions, the word queer is considered more of a slur, but not many of those regions. Or, like not many regional dialects of English do that. So yeah, that's why I had that. And so, like I said, if Ethel wants to go about etymologies for like 40 goddamn minutes about queer, just to like get one over Lily Orchard, the P word, Lily Orchard, like that was my introduction to Ethel's beef with Lily Orchard, was Ethel going on about the word queer for 40 minutes, not less than, Ethel going on about like all the really slimy stuff that Lily's been known to do around kids, even before Courtney came out with, like her own, testimonial of, being repeatedly violated because YouTube, and I would like to get paid this year by YouTube, please. So like, even before Courtney Orchard came out last year with like, was repeatedly violated by Lily, when they were, teens. But no, that was my introduction to Ethel's little feud in dick quotes with Lily Orchard was, was Ethel going off about etymology of the word queer for about like 40 minutes. And I was just like, okay. Yeah. Like, like at that time, I still thought Ethel meant well at that time. I really did. I still thought Ethel meant well, but that gradually just like kept getting chipped away further and further. And, but still, it's like, so yeah, like, so yeah, like that's why I'm going to bring up that the word barking, it is a dehumanizing way to speak of a man, in India, a brown-skinned man in India whose first language is Hindi, India, where you, with a thick English accent, England, that had colonial rule over India for about, what's your mother again? Dutch, the Dutch India Pact for 220 years. So we've got like 400 years of colonialism embodied, like with both strains of that 400 years of colonialism embodied in Ethel's genetic makeup. So yeah, like when a security guard is headed up to here with white tourists that day and is far more aware of the damage, like on a first person level, he's aware of the generational damage that English colonialism has done, English imperialism did to India than you, Ethel, are. Like, I'm sorry, Udita can only be so useful as your human shield when, she's a lawyer who's at least got a modest salary that can carry both you and her. Like, again, like, I'm not like, no, like, I'll agree with Courtney. Like, this is not Johnny Cochran levels of lawyering. Like, she's not some celebrity criminal, defense attorney. She's a human rights lawyer, like the man who wrote the whole fucking book about the injustices faced by the Hijra in India. A book Udita, as a human rights lawyer, has almost certainly at least heard of. And, like, she's better than this. Ethel thinks she's better than this because Ethel's a vile racist. And remember, she's talking about, like, like, this security guard, this brown security, he was well, I was so bad, it was like barking, I was scary rifle like they use in the American schools, the American schools, the rifles, those are the big scary guns, right? Those are the scary ones. Those are the scary ones that you should be scared of. No, Ethel, the guns you should be scared of are the ones on mall cop hip holsters, the handguns by, held by mall cops on their hip holsters. Those are the guns you should be scared of, like that the TSA agents often have, like at the airport that one time you were in the States. The handguns are the ones you should be afraid of, because a rifle is a lot more involved to, like get off your back and position to shoot. It takes somebody really stupid it takes something either really stupid or extremely skilled to shoot a rifle from the hip. But, it looks cool in movies like Scarface, so sure, why not? Like, there's a reason that Klebold and Harris did damage at their high school as they intend, is because, Yeah, no, you don't hold rifles like that. Like, not even modified semi-automatics that you've modified to be even more dangerous. You don't hold them like that. You don't hold them like fucking Scarface, because this is not the fucking movies. So yeah, like, Ethel wants to go on about, like, oh, rifle on his back, rifle on his back, and that makes it scarier. That makes it the brown man scarier. That makes the brown man who's shouting at me in a language I don't know even scarier, even though I am a white person in his brown country that was under colonial rule from my home country for 200 years. Not like he have a chip on his show about white people all day. I don't know why he'd have it up to here with white people all day. I just Ethel. You're fucking not. You're a racist, Ethel. You're a vile racist who uses your wife as a human shield. But yeah, like, let's go on about how it's Rachel always makes Ethel out to be monster for her white supremacist fantasies. Because we're coming up to that part of the quote. So okay, let's go back about, like, yeah, 15 seconds, I guess.
Criticize her behavior and explain how to make amends with the trans community. And that's it. Yeah, that's the progressive monster I am. How much I just want to hurt people. Meanwhile, Oates is inadmissible, if not praiseworthy. It's acceptable, even as they throw their support behind others who are openly threatening me, a trans person, with police violence, and using a white supremacist fantasy as some sort of twisted justification.
So remember, fantasies, as a justification for why Ethel bad. Meanwhile, not even a whole 10 minutes ago, Ethel said what? About a brown-skinned security guard in India? Not even 10 minutes before this? Security guards in India are fucking terrifying. Brown-skinned security guard. Fucking terrifying. Because rifle and barking, her animalizing words, her dehumanizing words in Hindi. A racist. But remember, fantasies. It's Rachel Oates. Remember, these two bits, because this is, interspersed with Malcolm's commentary, these two bits, not even 10 minutes apart. So, like, in one breath, she dehumanizes a brown-skinned, Hindi-speaking, low-wage security worker who has just had it up to here with white people that day because Ethel went and joined the men's queue, rather than, coalition build with her local community, including the Hijra, to learn from them how they navigate basic public, access points like the subway. But then in the next breath, after Ethel has dehumanized a low-wage, brown-skinned, non-EFL speaking worker who has just had it up to here with white people with her accent all day, I want you to believe in the next breath it's Rachel Oates, who, last I checked, did not dehumanize brown. Ethel wants you to believe it's Rachel Oates who's fostering the white supremacist fantasy. So yes, literally dehumanized a brown-skinned, low-wage worker of Indian descent in India, speaking Hindi as his first language. But Ethel wants you to believe it's Rachel Oates who's the one doing the white supremacist fantasy. Okay, Ethel. Like I said, every right-wing accusation is a confession, and Ethel is doing that herself, isn't she? Ethel is doing these accusations that turn out to be confessions, isn't she? So, numbing comments transcend species. Cute guts. I think I think this is what I was talking about. Oh yeah, this was about like 20 minutes ago. I was talking about my cat being nude. Because yeah, he wants to be without his collar today. I'm gonna find his collar. I'm gonna put it back on him with the tag that's got his name and my phone number on it, just in case. But yeah, you know what? I've been teasing people with this for a while now, so I really don't want to watch this video. I don't anything Ethel thinks might embarrass me. I'm sure it's going to. I'm sure it's gonna just be like her pulling logistical leaps out of nothing. All shit that I've practically admitted already. Yeah, did I start the subreddit? Yes. Did I forget about it for the last 2 years until a week ago when I tried to download the thing for the first time, but you pull the cursor across the little red watch time bar on YouTube, and it will give you chapter titles, right? So it's I'm scrolling across there to see what the chapters she named it is as I'm thinking it's downloading, and that's when I remembered, oh shit, that's right, I did start that subreddit. Which, like I said, until this last week, I had forgotten about it for 2 years. In fact, you want to know how deeply I forgot about it? I forgot about it to the point where I am unsure, because I mostly access Reddit from my phone. So this is how it looks on my phone. So it's it fell into 2 years of disuse. Because why? Well, I got bored. And secondly, and I guess if Reddit subs aren't getting so much activity or membership within a certain amount of time, they'll do this soft deactivation. So I have no idea. Let me check if let me see if this is on the web version as well. So at least the app, the phone app. I had to rejoin it a couple of days ago. Because like I said, that's how obsessive I am about Ethel, because it's I forgot about a subreddit I created 3 years ago. I forgot about it 2 years ago. Because, yeah, I think the last post I made was before yesterday was 2 years ago. And then somebody showed up 2 months ago. And I didn't even notice, because I didn't even notice that the I didn't even remember that the sub was still a thing until Ethel made her stupid video. So Ethel literally could have just left me alone. Ethel could have literally just left me alone, because why? Because clearly I'm not that invested in what a fucking cow she is. I'm not. I'm really not that invested in it. But you know what? Ethel wanted to make it a thing, so I'm making it a thing. I'm going to keep making it a thing. It does do that on the website. Is this the one I'm looking for? Or is this the, no, I don't even know what the hell this sub was originally. Oh, wait, no, this was the lace making sub that I started too. They deactivated that. Well, soft deactivated anyway. So yeah, like last night, I was feeling a little bit spicy. I'm gonna not completely log off, but I'm gonna like take a moment to stretch my legs and feed the cats their super. So what the hell? Oh right, here we go. So yeah, like this. Wait. Okay, there we go. There we go. So yeah, like we've got this like little borked up thing here. I don't know how to fix this, but it does say at least at the top of the tab, which you can't see here. It does say the EOT survivors. So big E, little O, big T survivors, all one word. So this is what I updated it to a couple days ago, or maybe last night. I don't remember which one. But like this is all recent updates, as we'll see in the video Ethel did. Because like I said, like let's look here. Let's get a better look here than we did on my phone. When was my previous post? Okay, so this was yesterday. And this was the person who showed up 2 months ago. And then 2 years before, it was a repost, I believe, of a Stephen Woodford video about Ethel. 2 years ago. She literally could have just left me alone. And I would just be like making my little snarky jabs here and there throughout the internet, like on shitter and all that. She could have literally just left me alone. Because when was the last time I touched this sub until this last week? 2 years ago. It had been so long I had forgotten the sub existed. It had been so long that like somebody else just randomly showed up 2 months ago. I didn't know. I had apparently like been like unjoined from my own sub that I created 3 years ago. But yeah, like until Ethel decided to start this, my last posting here was 2 years ago. She literally could have just left me alone. She literally could have just left me alone, and it would have just been the same. It would have just been my usual that I've been at for the last 2 years. Just like, you know, every time Ethel does something stupid, I make stupid comments because Ethel's being stupid. I make comments that point out how Ethel is being stupid, and you know, and it's no big deal. It's no big deal because I don't stream about Ethel until this last week. She could have just left me alone. Bitch could have just left me alone, and it would have been fine. It would have been fine. But no, Ethel wants to make it a big thing because Ethel is a narcissist who's desperate for attention, isn't she? So, let's oh, we've got 4 updates on that. Because, of course, Ethel had to draw attention to the sub because Ethel's a pathological narcissist who can't just leave shit alone. But no, it can't ever just be that way, can it, Ethel? What the hell is up with Reddit on my fucking laptop? Ethel can't ever just leave shit alone. Ethel has to be the center of everyone's universe because in Ethel's world, because where Ethel is at the center of her own universe, and, you know, she thinks this has to extend to the rest of the world. So you want my attention, Ethel? You want my attention? I've gone on for about the last week about what a fucking vile racist you are and how you let your mask slip, while in the next breath, you accuse other people of utilizing white supremacist fantasies against you? Against you? White bitch Ethel? Like, yeah, I know that, like, white supremacy is, like, you know, like, a major player in transphobia. No, in transmedia. But I'm, like, no, like, that's an accusation that just doesn't land quite as well when it's, seriously? You're doing this to me today, Reddit. It works just fine from the phone. So, really? Like, okay. YouTube watch. Okay, there we go. I got it going. Oh, wait, no, this was somebody else's video. This wasn't a Stephen Woodford video.
Come across as a hypocrite in the video, but just because I am a bit hypocritical doesn't mean I am wrong. Yes, I have, in a way, changed my mind on not returning to the community that I said I didn't want to return to.
Okay, do not witch hunt Essence of Thought, Levi, or any associates of on the opposing side. Don't be dumb. Okay, sweet. The sound is playing. Okay. Don't be dumb. We don't want a personal army or wish any harm on these people. That is cringe. I will agree. It is cringe. Like, yeah, please don't come for Ethel on my behalf, right? Like, you can point and laugh. You can point and laugh at Ethel along with me, but, you know, like, Ethel wants my attention. Ethel's getting my attention. So this is between me and Ethel. Like I said, Ethel could have left me the fuck alone. Because it had been 2 years since I even looked at that sub. I literally forgot it existed until, you know, a week ago. I literally forgot it existed until a week ago. We saw on Reddit how borked up it looks, at least from the moderator side anyway. Because because apparently Reddit will do that if like subs are inactive for a prolonged period of time. Ethel could have literally left me alone. And all I'd keep doing is just like every time she does something stupid, like tries to extort money from Evangelina Skov. I mean, Evangelina Scow. Wait, Evangelina Skov, like I never said Scow the first video, like for 20 minutes straight. I kind of want to make a clip. I kind of want to clip every time Ethel said Evangelina Scow, or, you know, or simply referring to by the, you know, assumed surname Scow. I want to clip every instance of that and see like how long it actually takes. But then that would require effort, and I would rather take that effort to, you know, like playing dumb mobile games, hunting down my cat's collar, my nudist cat's collar, and practicing my hurdy-gurdy or Kruth, right? Like, there are things I would rather put my effort into than to making fun of Ethel. But if I can take like a few hours every other night for a while, you know, just to like mock Ethel on live stream because Ethel clearly wants my attention when she could have left me alone. And I would have been like little more than just, you know, like one of the dozens of people all over the internet who think she's full of shit and will comment about like what a fucking hose bag she is and how much and how shitty a person she is. And no, it's got nothing to do with the fact that she's trans. It's got everything to do with the fact that she's got the personality of like a wet sponge filled with just pure gluten or something. I don't know. Like she's like a wet sponge filled with the gluten in the mutant gluten in that South Park episode that makes everybody's dicks fly off. Because that's how desexualized, you know, Ethel has made her YouTube channel just to make it easier for her to prey on others. Because she's an emotional predator. It's like, you know, like I said, Ethel could have left me alone, and I would have left, like, you know, my, you know, especially hostile thoughts about what a narcissist she is to myself, and only, like, you know, said a little bit here or there, you know, whatever, you know, like whenever I think somebody is, like, you know, potentially in danger, I was kept to myself until, you know, instances where I think somebody would be better off knowing that I think Ethel is an emotional predator. Just because she's not a predator on someone's intimate autonomy, because YouTube and euphemisms, right? Just because I don't think Ethel's a sexual predator. I can't think of anybody who wants, you know, even the most, you know, even the most joyless sex with Ethel. Like, I apologize, Udita. I'm sure there's something about Ethel that attracts you. I don't see it, but then again, I don't see why a lot of people find like Dwayne The Rock Johnson hot either. I mean, he's not an unattractive man, but I'm just like, I don't see it. Like, I mean, he's got kind of a cuteness to him when he's talking. Like, he can get very animated, and that's, you know, that's, but it's not just like, I don't know, I don't find him that sexy, right? So it's like, yeah, like, I'm sure somewhere out there there's somebody who like finds Ethel oddly hotter than even Udita. Like, I don't know, like I'm sure somewhere like there was like every Christian has a Jacob Sockness, and I can't believe I'm saying that. But it's true. It's true. Every Christian has a Jacob Sockness. Somewhere out there, there is somebody who is like listening to Ethel drone on like trans femme Ben Stein, but without being funny about it, and is just masturbating wildly. And that is a mental image that I gave to myself, and I'm the only one to blame for that. And I am sorry if you cannot sleep after me putting that image in your head. Is Josh still with me? Josh, did that mental image kill you? I really wish to know. But yeah, I hope I did not harm you, Josh, and whatever other person, probably cute guts still watching at this point, because you know, like I said, like every Christian has a Jacob Sockness. Somebody out there finds Ethel sexy, but I was going on about this because not all predators are looking for sexual predation. A lot of predators are not looking for somebody to just like for some kind of like punching, like physical punching bag. Then we've got predators like Colleen Ballinger to Adam McIntyre, where it's like, yeah, did she have these inappropriately off-color jokes with Adam, and like, you know, like the little bra and panties thing that, you know, became so infamous? Yes. But you know, like, if it wasn't Colleen Ballinger, like if it was just some other internet friend of his, you know, that would just be like a stupid off-color joke. I mean, that's not that far removed from some of the raunchy jokes that teenagers make with themselves. And yes, I know that there's a different power dynamic when it's a young adult versus other teenagers. I'm just saying that, like, you know, if that was just like a one-time thing, it would just be Colleen Ballinger being stupid, right? Like, I think people, like, because like Amberlynn Reed is like right here on the sidebar. I think people make a little bit more out of that that friendship with the, well, then as a teenager when Amber was with Destiny. I think people make a little bit more out of that, and like how the ways like Amber would like speak inappropriately about sex around this teenage girl who was like 15, 16 when she first met Amber, and like she'd been hanging out with Destiny like almost her whole life, since Destiny was friends with the girl's older sister first. And you know, so it's like that kind of thing. So like Destiny had this kind of dynamic with the teen girl in question, where like she'd been friends with the girl's older sister first, and you know, like since the girl in question was 7, so it's like, you know, there's a camaraderie between Destiny and the younger lady. You know, she's now an adult, since Destiny was like several years ago in the Amberverse. So like I think people make a lot more out of that than it was, at least on Amber's end. Like the young man that they met at the restaurant, that's a whole other thing. Like, by all means, Amber and Destiny both should have been a lot more like no, that's a bit much. But no, like when it's the teen, I think people make a little bit more out of that. Like I think Amber was just like kind of stupid. Like, yes, was it still inappropriate? Yes, I think Amber should have been a bit more mindful of that, but at the same time, it's like Amber was 22 and just kind of stupid. So, but yeah, like, you know, so like we're going back to Colleen Ballinger, right? But it's like Colleen Ballinger was a lot more toxic and abusive toward Adam McIntyre than just the dumb bra and panty set joke, right? You know, which again, like, you know, if that was just like a one-time thing, and if it was like the only stupid thing she did in her former friendship with Adam, then it's like, yeah, it's a blip. People can be stupid sometimes. But like she would like get him to do like she had him like doing like some of her professional social media operations. Like he was basically like an unpaid intern because he thought she was his friend. She treated him and spoke to him and spoke of him like she was his friend. You know, she basically like talked him into like meeting up in Dublin, which was so far from his hometown in Derry, and you know, and then like basically like left him stranded. And thankfully his mother was like kind of like following from a distance at the time. But it's like it's like this was not like, you know, this was not like a sexual like she was not getting sexual kicks out of, you know, Colin Ballinger was not getting sexual kicks out of her you know, her pseudo one-sided friendship with Adam McIntyre. She was not, you know, like taking her anger management problems out on Adam McIntyre because it was, you know, like, you know, a mostly online friendship. But she was being so emotionally manipulative and emotionally like predatory. It's just predatory at that point. And that's why people are calling Ballinger a predator. But she gets to get away with it like almost unscathed. I mean, yeah, she's still got that, you know, kind of like black mark on her online career, but she's still going, you know, strong enough anyway. Like it barely, you know, like, yeah, there was the controversy, but it didn't kill her career. It didn't. And that's because, I mean, not only is the perpetrator of this emotional abuse and manipulation a woman, but also because it's emotional abuse and manipulation. And people don't think that's abuse and manipulation, but it is. And that's what Ethel does to her entire fucking Discord that's full of teenagers and young 20-somethings. Because, you know, like at a certain point, you know, like you either outgrow Ethel and you move on, you know, so it's like, you know, like by the time like most people are around like 21, 22, they're just like, they realize that Ethel is full of shit. That Ethel is just like, you know, doesn't know what she's talking about half the time. And the other half the time, you swear she's just fucking lucky. But, you know, she's like such a narcissist. She can make herself sound like more smarter than she is. You know, or if they're like Levi, you know, they don't grow out of it like the first group. They grow into it. And that's why I get it. And that's where I, you know, start making, you know, the comparisons of Ethel to having a very cultish thing going, right? She's very cultish. So, you know, like I'm going to play a little bit of this. It is about 12:30. It's time for me to feed the cats their wet food. So we're going to play this and I'm going to come right back after the cat food, right? So here we go. We're going to play a little bit of this for you.
Changed my mind since that I will keep commentaries to be once in a blue moon for quality's sake. They won't be seen much, I am noting that. Don't expect my channel to be primarily commentary related. As a matter of factly, I had Ephraim upload this instead as I am quite rusty and a bit nervous.
Meanwhile, I wish to note that I do not like Lily Orchard either. You know, if my 3 commentaries on her didn't make that clear enough, but this video was just fucking awful. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to Essence of Thought, a transgender YouTuber primarily dedicated to debunking transphobia and occasionally exposing predators across the internet. Considering those who know me would think that's right up my alley, I'm sure some of you are wondering why I'm covering her. Well, Essence consistently shows examples of incorrect facts all throughout her work, and that is something I certainly take issue with, especially when you are leveling very serious accusations against people like that they're groomers or predators who deserve to have their careers ruined. For just one example of this, look no further than the video we're covering today, her recent one on Lily Orchard.
Last note for this video, I don't paint or draw like this anymore. I have an entirely different art style nowadays. This is an old speed paint that I believe I never used for my videos. I don't do much of that anime sort of art style anymore, so please don't ask why my stills look different from this and why I used a different signature. It's a previous username that I abandoned entirely. So, enjoy.
My Little Pony, Pokemon, The Owl House, Kingdom of Hearts.
Wow, 5 seconds in and we already have an issue. Kingdom of Hearts is not a thing. What Essence meant to reference was the video game series Kingdom Hearts. I know this may sound like a nitpick, but this was such an obvious mistake, and it's especially noticeable given this literally happens 5 seconds into the video. And might I remind you all, this video is about exposing a predator, giant quotes. If you're unable to get the name of a video game series that's only tangentially related to the topic in question right, how the fuck am I supposed to trust you to levy decent evidence regarding such serious accusations? Well, I can't.
Rapunzel's Tangled Adventure, Star versus the Forces of Evil, She-Ra, Steven Universe, Avatar.
We had 2 bags of grass, 75 pellets of mescaline, 5 sheets of high-powered blotter acid, a salt shaker half full of cocaine, a whole galaxy of multicolored uppers, downers, screamers, laughers, also a quarter tequila, quarter rum, case of beer, pint of raw ether, 2 dozen needles.
The one thing these all share in common is that they're created for young children, being designed fundamentally with the intention of attracting them. They also form the bulk of Lily Orchard's content, both on YouTube and Tumblr, which, considering her history of inappropriate behavior with minors, is incredibly dangerous.
I do need context or proof shown, not just a person talking, because I haven't seen her inappropriately interact with minors before. Has this been known? Because I don't believe it's been known that she inappropriately interacts with minors, just vulnerable adults, which is still pretty bad. Regardless, if I hadn't known this, why put this as a statement? Essence elaborates, but her elaboration is given the title of this video, flimsy at best, slanderous at worst.
I also want to point out, am I the only one who finds it strange how Essence says somebody with a large audience being a predator is particularly an issue because she talks about children's media? Like, would it not be nearly as big of a deal if she didn't? Are there levels to how bad it is to be a predator now?
Though before we can delve deeper into that, I first need to give a content warning for the following topics: child grooming, sexually explicit text, blurred sexual imagery, gaslighting, victim blaming, and indecent exposure.
Spoilers, her reasoning behind the gaslighting for Lily being a groomer is very absurd.
Are you implying there are things in this video that aren't absurd?
I'm trying to be kind, Ephraim. Give me a break.
If you like our work and appreciate the research put into each video, please consider supporting the channel via Patreon. You can also support us by liking, commenting, and sharing our work on social media. Hi there, my name's Ethel of Thurston, and we're here to talk about the ways in which Lily Orchard grooms the minors in her audience into engaging with her and her girlfriends sexually. This video is a follow-up on my previous expose in which we discussed Lily Orchard encouraging her then friend, Josh Scorcher, to groom Ink Rose, then age 17, which he ultimately did. And whilst Josh bears full responsibility for preying on Ink Rose, it is also important that we don't forget how people, such as Lily, normalized and advocated for said grooming. So that video is certainly worth a look if you have the time. However, this is not the only time Lily has encouraged minors to engage in inappropriate behavior, nor is it her most blatant violation.
Essence is going to use the terms grooming and engaging inappropriately interchangeably throughout the video, even though those are not even close to the same thing. Tons of things are inappropriate, they are not grooming. Grooming is a very specific example of targeted actions against the person being groomed, with the end goal being to get the groomed person dependent on their groomer. Throughout the video, however, Essence wants us to forget that and just define grooming as something you shouldn't have done. You know, like unleashing Ben.
And whilst we will unpack Lily's approach as a whole regarding her content and the way in which she grooms all minors within her audience, I want to cut straight to the chase and get to first-hand testimony by one of Lily's victims, Glade, who some of you might know as the graceful writer.
Hi, I'm Glade. I'm a 20-year-old who joined Lily's Discord about 3 years ago while I was 17. I was a fan of Lily because I was sorely lacking in leftist content on YouTube.
Testimony so serious the person reading it couldn't even be bothered to do a second fucking take.
And at that point, I was already watching her content because I liked her analysis of TV shows. At the point of blaming Groom, I was already a thoroughly groomed 16-year-old who had just gotten out of a relationship with the person who was grooming me. This was a clear advantage for Lily, as I watched Blaming Groom's addendum, and she showed that her Discord was a safe place for abused and groomed people. So I joined the server hoping to build a support system of people who understood abuse and grooming. This was not the case, as had he even said in the rules that you couldn't discuss personal stories in the group lobbies. Instead of the mental health support I expected, and quite frankly needed, I was instead constantly worried about somehow breaking the vaguely worded rules and would get insta-banned from the server. So I would do everything I could to get into Lily's good graces. She posted a live stream in the server, I'd watch it and then comment on it in the server after. She said she had a story in a call, on the first one on it. Then she posted a stream in the server that was age restricted. I was 17, so I didn't want to be exposed to anything that I shouldn't have. Lily should have known I was 17 since I didn't make it a secret while I was in the server. So I asked her why it was age restricted. She responded with, "Watch and you'll find out." So I thought it couldn't be too bad, because she wouldn't tell me, a minor, to watch something that I'm not supposed to watch. She actually did expose me to something I should not have been seeing. Every time a girlfriend of hers told her to, she lifted her top, showing the entire stream her bare chest. I should mention that this is while she was playing a Pokemon game. A game that is very obviously children's IP.
And yet, that hasn't stopped people from making a total of 355,000 pornographic images of it, if Rule 34.xxx is to be any indication. You'll see why I decided to make note of that in a minute.
I had to stop watching her streams after this instance for a few months, until I turned 18 at least.
So let's begin with this very basic question. Do you have any evidence this happened? Look, I'm not going to sit here and say that just because you don't have screenshots that means this didn't occur, but I am going to say that when it comes to claims as serious as grooming, you need to provide a solid case, and this simply isn't it. The fact is, we have no way to verify if this person is taking things Lily said out of context, leaving out important details, or even downright lying. And again, when the claims are as extraordinary as someone being a predator, extraordinary evidence must be provided.
When it comes to a grooming case, things need to be reported. Testimonials do not work, as hysteria can occur when a certain narrative is pushed forth out there.
If you want just one example of this, by the way, look no further than in the late 90s when multiple therapists were sued for implanting false memories in people of things like childhood sexual abuse and experiencing satanic rituals. This was actually very common throughout the 80s and 90s. And in fact, the False Memory Syndrome Foundation was created by a man named Peter Freud along with his wife Pamela.
Ooh, I forgot about that part. So yeah, sorry that took a bit longer than the last time I fed that during stream, because I also decided to make coffee, and I make cold brew, and I grind my coffee myself. I prefer to anyway, unless like I'm really short on cash or there's a really, huge sale, but I prefer to grind my own coffee, so that took me a little bit. And yes, I'm drinking pickle juice. Done it my whole life. Hey, we've got 4 people watching. Let's all from YouTube, because I cannot currently afford to pay the extra on Restream to get the logo taken off my jobby and all of that. So feel free to introduce yourselves to the chat. We just like to chill here, and usually my streams I'm going on about whatever stuff and nonsense. I used to do a weekly I used to do a weekly stream that I'd call my med vlog. I've been thinking about doing that again, but I would have to finish up with doing more in my bedroom than I'm currently up at right now. Speaking of decorating in my bedroom, this is This was made by my sister, Ruby, the one I mentioned, who had a bipolar schizoaffective disorder, and earlier in tonight's stream I mentioned that in my most recent bout of street homelessness, somebody had stolen the ashes from the tent that were of one of my cats who died a few years ago. Who died 8 years ago this March. And yeah, just because it was like one of those weeks, and I ended up just really shouting at this guy, who then, like, his reaction, it just like showed me that he's probably either himself got schizoaffective disorder or like outright, acute schizophrenia. And yeah, so I apologized to him, and I said, like, no, look, I'm sorry, guy. Like, you're not the one I'm mad at. It's somebody else who, or a bunch of somebody, else's who just keep stealing from me and putting my cats in danger. And then he offered me like nip from his vodka bottle, and I say, no, I'm sorry, I don't really drink that much, and I gotta go to the post office anyway. So, more for you, I guess, if that's what's gonna like keep you together tonight. So, but yeah, it's like, yeah, just like I saw that in the background there, and yeah, she passed away February of 2021. So see, I forget what the Afromentator. Apparently I'm not subscribed to them. But yeah, I'll oh, and they did a part 2. So let me see if that's on. Is that on? It looks like it's also 2 years old. So no, not added there. Okay. So yeah, I posted this one to the Reddit 2 years ago. It was the last post I made to the EOT survivors subreddit, because
After his daughter,
I posted 2 years. Ethel could have just left me alone. She could have just left me alone. All I've done for the last 2 years, other than, like after creating the subreddit, was just Ethel does something stupid and people comment on it, and I had some of my own comments, and I guess that's enough to make me a stalker in Ethel's world, but okay.
Jennifer accused him of sexual abuse based on recovered memories. And might I remind you, these are things that just didn't happen and were made up whole cloth. This is why hard evidence is so important in cases like this, because though these are extreme examples, memory can be influenced in a much more subtle way. How fast a car was going.
How fast would you say the car was going when it smashed the other car?
I'd say 40.
Between 40 and 50.
It was going about 30 miles an hour.
Definitely 50 miles an hour.
Compare that to another group of people being asked about the same car crash, but this time being asked how fast the car bumped into another car.
How fast do you think the car was going when it bumped into the other car?
Probably about 10, 15 miles per hour.
15 miles per hour.
50 miles an hour?
Yeah.
Okay, how can this guy think it's 50?
Between 40 and 50.
And this guy think it's 15?
15 miles per hour.
After all, both sides crash.
What is the language that the question is being asked in?
You've been paying attention, you'd know It's not the crash that matters, it's the question.
I also want to note that even if this is true, and I need to stress if, because these are nothing more than accusations without evidence, this would not count as grooming. Grooming is a long-term process where boundaries of the victim are gradually pushed. It cannot be achieved through one interaction, even an interaction where somebody does something inappropriate. Here's a clip of Doodle Tones explaining this in more detail in a video she made last year, where she even includes an example of grooming to back up her point.
A very common tactic of grooming is testing the boundaries to figure out how you can push past them to get into a sexual context. For another example, let's talk about
not just a sexual context, but that is a common goal of abuse grooming.
V Omega. V Omega was outed not even a full year after George's allegations by Joni Rue in a twitlonger. This post outlined that V was an abusive, controlling, transphobic groomer, and I will happily concur to those labels. So, here's a screenshot that V took of their DMs from January of 2018. You can see here that V and Joni are talking about pornography, with Joni explicitly saying that she was not one to look at pornography. By April of the same year, the topic was brought up again, with Joni admitting to sometimes looking at specifically furry porn. By March of the next year, while we don't see the fullest extent of this screenshot, we can see that Joni was all for talking about pornography, showing that V's attempt to wear down her boundaries was, unfortunately, grossly successful. The fucking creep.
On the topic of that video Doodle made, I love how this is the top comment because it works so well when it comes to this video. This one also works. In fact, it's basically the thesis of this entire commentary.
Evidence is imperative as we do not know what has happened. Even given there is no evidence, if this exists, why aren't there more testimonies to back this up at least? I would also like to preface that I don't know if this is working, but if the livestream was age restricted, these wouldn't have seen it unless they lied about their age on their YouTube channel. So either Lily labeled this as 18 plus without restrictions, or it's age restricted with no possible way for the viewer who was underage to view it.
I should note, we have screenshots from said event, which I've blurred for obvious reasons. I also found this stream from the day after, showing Lily in the same room and clothes, just to confirm that it is her in the previous photo. Later I found confirmation from Lily Orchard herself with this post from the day after, acknowledging the event on Tumblr, with Lily defending her actions whilst hiding that she knowingly targeted a minor.
I would like to point out that this screenshot you showed is hardly readable. While I am glad you do.
Yeah, I've pointed that a lot of time. I've pointed that out a lot of times. Like what was it? God, was it in my stream from the other day looking at the wall of bigotry that Ethel compiled into a full thing on some YouTube video of hers? Oh yeah, it was the other day with the Evangelina Scow video. The Evangelina Scow.
I have this listed in the description. I wouldn't have been able to read it. I will read it because context is left out here.
E4B is saying your stream yesterday contradicts you wanting children to be safe on the internet, and it was age restricted. Me actively expressing due diligence and putting my money where my mouth is by age restricting a stream. Is there evidence that I don't do those things? Are these people okay? I know 20% of the air they inhale is glue, but this is a whole new level of sad. Honestly, I'd be surprised if that gained any traction. E4B spent the better part of 2 years arguing against me on the basis that child pornography is a problem, and now they want to pretend that me supposedly flashing a stream that was age restricted to adults only is some kind of gotcha. The rampant hypocrisy on display is hilarious. Child pornography, not a problem. People actively preying on minors, not a problem. Media aimed at children I'm guessing depicting, not depiction. Depicting children in an extremely sexualized way, not a problem. A grown woman showing her boobs to a bunch of adults. OMG! Cry more, E4B. Lily is not wrong here. Everyone consented on the stream to see this. If they didn't want to see anything explicit, why did they go and watch a stream that is age restricted? And while I don't know if showing your chest goes against the YouTube US, it is, I checked it actually, I didn't include this in the script. The stream is for adults. No child, unless they lied about their age, can see this happen. This works against your point. I don't understand why you included this. Did you even read this?
I have a feeling she did, but given how hard it is to read in the video,
okay. Lily also knows that are a lot of minors in her audience who will lie about their age, because she reviews, her words, all ages media. So yeah, like I don't know. This is one where I'll have to give it to Ethel that it's like no, like I do see Ethel's point there, but Ethel made it very badly because who the hell can read that when like she shows the screens? Like just because Ethel's making a point very badly doesn't mean she doesn't still have one. Like I will give her that.
It's famously known as the prison mate Luke method of showing evidence.
Typical.
So, what Glade stated is corroborated by multiple pieces of evidence that I was able to find independent of said testimony.
Multiple pieces of evidence? What? You showed 2 screenshots backing up Glade that are circumstantial, and one that, yet again, shows the
all evidence is circumstantial, short of like CCTV footage. All evidence is circumstantial because it, okay, like having a fingerprint on, like a pen that was like put through somebody's neck. In theory, yes, it's most likely to have come from the person who put the pen through that person's neck, but also in theory, it could have been from a number of other people who had nothing to do with that. Like even physical evidence is circumstantial. Most of the time, it's just like when it gets more, when the circumstantial evidence comes to a point where it is no longer merely coincidental, that's the point that, that's the point that prosecuting attorneys are making. Like that's the point that detectives are, that's the position that detectives are in, to gather evidence where the circumstances of the evidence pointing to this suspect are no longer coincidental. But yes, technically speaking, all evidence is circumstantial. And I will say this in the middle of a Law and Order episode, myself, like even just watching it with me and the cats. It's like 2020 really broke my brain on a number of levels.
Opposite of what you were pleased, that's what you showed us so far. And I don't like the outlook of this video so far.
I also want to point out that all you've done so far is prove that the stream occurred, not that Lily knowingly targeted a minor as opposed to accidentally targeting a minor, I guess. The fact that the stream happened does not prove Lily is a groomer, and you still haven't backed up that she then told a minor to watch it, which is the only thing you have to back up the claim that...
I mean, Lily did say, why not tune in and see? So it's phrased as a question rather than as a direction. I mean, regardless, she should, knowing the other person was a minor, she should have said, just don't. It's age restricted for a reason. Or at least, or perhaps while uncouth, she could have just admitted, well, I have a tendency to flash people and, and delete the stream later, which is probably why you haven't seen it, et cetera, et cetera. That would have been the honest thing to do. But, I do kind of hate when Ethel has a point because because the evidence that she brings forth, to support her point is done so very badly. And she does it in a way that's very manipulative, as this person already said, who the hell can read this, this extremely tiny, typeface that in these screen caps she provides.
Lily's a groomer. I'm sorry, it's out loud in order to really drive home how stupid this is. Lily Orchard making a stream does not prove that she did the action she's being accused of, that being telling a minor to watch it and find out why it's age-restricted. However, even if that claim was true, that would not prove on its own that Lily Orchard is a groomer. This is something else, to say the very least.
I also think it's worth noting that Lily Orchard herself has stated,
if it's something else, it's at least dangerously naive, like at the very best interpretation. Most likely it's stupid, but it could easily be interpreted, considering, everything else Lily Orchard has done up until that point, as Lily knowing the right things to say to, like, entice people to come watch it. It shows a calculating degree of, manipulation. So, like, okay, this is starting to piss me off.
in no unclear fashion, that she believes the age of consent being lower than 18 is, why so many predators can get off scot-free, because their actions likely weren't even crimes to begin with. Before going on to add that, personally, I'm an advocate for the age of consent being 19 in Canada, as it's also the age where you can use recreational drugs, alcohol, tobacco, marijuana, gamble, and are emancipated from your parents. So even if you want to make the ridiculous argument that
I've got some thoughts, but it's not a hill worth dying on. Because, like, realistically, in Western countries, nobody's going to raise the AOC to 19. That's not going to happen in my lifetime, at the very least. It's just not going to happen. Like, most of the U.S., in most of the U.S., there's no minimum age for marriage. That is absolutely true. There's no minimum age for marriage in most of the United States. Even though the age of consent in the United States is no younger than 16. But it is a lot more common than a lot of people realize in the United States. In fact, like, the United States leads the, Western civilization in child brides. And it's not just immigrants. A lot of it is like Mormon and Pentecostal girls are basically being, like, I know in a lot of Pentecostal churches and Baptist churches, it is done as a means to shut up the victims of CSA, especially when it's a relatively well-respected, quote-unquote, member of the child's family's church. Like, they basically buy off her parents as a means to intimidate her into shutting up, because, oh, you can't be forced to testify against a spouse. So, like, they tell that to a child, sometimes as young as like 8 or 9 years old, when she's been knocked up. So they tell you this to a child, that she can't testify against him since now they're married. That is not true. Her testimony just cannot be compelled due to being married. There is a spousal privilege, but it only goes so far. So yeah, they do this as a means to intimidate victims into shutting up. That's how it works in, like I said, a lot of like Pentecostal and Mormon and Baptist churches. And yeah, it does happen in immigrant communities. I can't deny that, but oh yeah, and then there's like the FLDS, where like the crazy hill people that like splintered off when the Mormons, like the LDS church had to say, we can't do polygamy anymore because it's keeping us from being granted the rights of a church. And there's like federal laws like coming into play about it. So, what's the point, right? like, yeah, we're a wacky cult church, but we want to stay within the confines of the law. So, you know, like I said, the FLDS kind of splintered off into those wacky hill people that you hear about with like girls as young as 11. So yeah. But like I said, like realistically, I don't think anywhere is going to raise the age of consent to 19. Not within my lifetime. I don't have a problem with it being 16 or 17, but that's also because I know how to behave myself around kids that age. And it's like, just because it's legal doesn't mean it's not creepy. And I think that using the law to enforce morality is a really slippery slope. And and I don't think Ethel's even completely correct about, you know, like age of majority in Canada being 19. That does not sound completely correct. I think there's some nuance she's
that Lily wasn't deliberately grooming and personally considered them a minor, that's just not true. By Lily's own declared standard, Glade, who was known to be 17 at the time, was a minor when Lily Orchard targeted them.
I'm sorry, you never once proved that Lily targeted Glade. What the fuck are you talking about? According to you, Glade both entered Lily's Discord server and messaged Lily about the age-restricted stream. Lily did not actively do anything other than answer one question in an irresponsible way.
But it gets worse. For you see, Lily's server has a specifically designated Not Safe for Work section that you gain access to by joining her heroic tier on Patreon. This implies that the rest of her server is safe for work and thus won't contain any sexual content as specified in the server's rules. Do note,
oh, so you can show screenshots from the server. So are you going to show the conversation that took place between Lily and Glade that you are using as the basis to call Lily a groomer? I should also note that this screenshot just says the heroic Patreon channels are NSFW, not there are no other NSFW channels on the server. I also want to note the sleight of hand here. NSFW and sexual don't mean the same thing. NSFW is a much more specific thing that only refers to pornography, either in image or video form. Double entendres and innuendos are sexual by their very nature. That doesn't make them NSFW. Fuck, you can even find examples of them in children's cartoons.
Oh, yeah, I'll agree. There was some weird stuff in cartoons when I was a kid in the 80s and 90s. Though to be fair, like your average child who's like not being like, you know, exposed to especially, you know, sexual materials and who isn't being, you know, violated in that way physically, it's going to go over their heads. Like it went over. Do you have any, like I ruined my own childhood by 1 year. This was not too long after I don't know, like 1 year for my birthday. I asked my best ex for when we were still together, of course, for the Pee-wee's Playhouse box set. You know, so like all 3 seasons or 4 seasons, like in a box set, because I watched the hell out of that show when I was a kid. I would be the one kid like screaming for the secret word for the rest of the day until my mother threatened to backhand me. And so yeah, like I loved Paul Rubens as a kid. I loved, you know, Pee-wee's Playhouse. And then like Best X and I were watching the God, it was even the first episode. And Dixie the cab driver comes in and oh shit, no. The first one was like Miss Yvonne, and you know, she's waving goodbye to all of her boyfriends. Like this is the first time we meet her, and then like later in that same episode, Dixie the cab driver comes in, and like Miss Yvonne's giving a couple of the puppets you know, a beauty makeover, and Dixie says, "Oh, you got to do me next, Miss Yvonne." And the way she said it, I was just like, and my jaw was on the floor. And Best X, he was getting entertainment, not so much from not so much from like the double entendre that would just like that just went over my head when I was like 6 years old. Best X is getting entertained by me just like, I didn't know. I didn't know because I was a normal 6-year-old. I was a normal 6-year-old watching this, and it just the double entendre just went over my head. So yeah, like a lot of double entendre is in like especially older kids media, simply because like, well, you know, like parents were more likely to be watching the shows with their kids, you know, because TV was, you know, like family time, and people were a bit more active in like being involved with what their kids are watching on TV. So you know, yeah, like throw in some jokes that the adults are going to appreciate that are also going to go over the kids' heads and just be this silly little thing. Like, that's not necessarily saying that double entendre is appropriate humor for kids, but depending on the specific joke, it's going to go over the average child's head, and is maybe going to be funny for a different reason. Like, you know, like we saw like back, you know, like a couple panels in, you know, Animaniacs with the car bouncing. It's like, you know, that just looks absurd. So yeah, like a kid is gonna find a car bouncing up and down at the drive-in movies, you know, just like looking kind of absurd. And so it's funny on that level. But, you know, to the adult, it's like, okay, I see what you did there, right? But you can still like laugh along with your child, because like I said, like to the average child, seeing that kind of scene in a cartoon, it just looks absurd. Like to the average, like non-sexualized, non-violated child, this is going to look just goofy. Even though the adult is going to get it.
You conjugate? Oh, me? I've never even kissed. Ooh, what else you got in there? I'm your biggest fan. What do you say to that?
I'd say puberty was inordinately kind to you.
I found prints. No, fingerprints.
Oh, dear.
I don't think so. Honey, I don't think that's gonna fit.
Just a little more, dear. Got it. See, hon? I told you I could do it.
Patrick, you can't. That's it. Patrick, your genius is showing.
Where?
SpongeBob doesn't hair.
Yeah? What's up, you? What's up, Bran? No, come here. Oh, really? Okay, I'm tired and hungry. I got out stuff to make a grilled cheese, and it's already been 4.5 hours. So let's see. So let's see, Sunday, Monday. So, okay, Tuesday night. We'll come back Tuesday night, and we will, maybe then I'll finally, like, watch that goddamn video Ethel made about me. Like I said, I kind of don't want to. I'm sure it's just going to be stupid, and people have told me that it's stupid, and she's making these wild stretches out of nothing, and especially, like I said, like, I literally forgot about the subreddit for about 2 years. And Ethel could have just left me alone. But yeah, no, I'm gonna make myself a grilled cheese and tomato soup because I don't know, that's what sounded good for dinner earlier today. And the cats have had theirs, and I realized, like, holy shit, all I've had today to eat is like pickles and fruit. And I don't like eating on stream because well, first off, I'm fat enough, and I don't like the whole thing about mukbang stuff. I just don't see the appeal. And because I'm fat enough, in my opinion, I know that the internet is full of freaks who think I am not nearly fat enough and will tune in to watch me eat. And even though I know I have the, you know, wherewithal to not give into their, sickness. I just don't want to deal with them. So, all right. Time to wrap it up.
Hello, Miss Phoebe. I love you too. Papa make good super? Huh? Super and that? Super and that? I love you.
All right. I'm being a bit much, right, Kit Kat?
Right, Miss Phoebe? Miss Phoebe, I'm my pudgy little muffin.
Okay, so Tuesday night, I will be back, and maybe then I'll finally watch that stupid video. Like I said, I haven't even watched it. I moused over the little red viewer bar on the YouTube video as it was downloading the first time. So I have an idea of I remember a couple of the chapter titles, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is stupid shit. This is stupid shit that is years old at this point, some of it. But yeah, no, Ethel wants my attention. Ethel's getting my attention. And it doesn't help that a number of people have told me that Ethel has badly butchered how to pronounce my name. It's Ruadhán. But anyway, take your meds if you need them, stay hydrated, and yes. Be good and kind and have exactly the kind of day you deserve. Feel free to go throw away good money at my Ko-Fi, where I have crochet commissions and a couple of ready-mades up on there. I made this top myself. It took me about 80 hours. It's a vintage pattern from 1927. ko-fi.com/Ruadhán and ADH. And so yeah, feel free to check out my Ko-Fi or just super chat or whatever next time.
Hello, Bran. Little nude cat neck. I will find your collar. It will go back on your little neck because I love you. That's why. Yes, I love you. Because it's going to have your tag that has my phone number on it in case you get outside the apartment and maybe someone finds you and they're just like, look at the little kitty. He's so cute. But he's got a collar on, so he must be lost. And then they'll text me. And then you'll get to come back home to me. Yes, I love you. I do. You're such a cutie. You are such a little cutie, and you're such a pain in my butt too.
All right. So yeah, feel free to donate super chats or whatever next time. Plan for it a little bit. That would be nice. And or donate to my Ko-Fi by the month, or just pay as you go, whatever. And because I have 3 cats, and the reason I have 3 cats is because I do not have the patience or money for 4. And contrary to what Ethel seems to want to believe, I can barely give $5 super chat to a couple of to one streamer a month. I'm able to give $5 super chat to somebody that I really enjoy watching while they're live, and that's about it. But if somebody wants to show me some evidence of exactly how many teenagers are all up in Ethel's server, like I said, Pixar didn't happen, and I can see if I can make $5 happen for you. Hopefully I'll sell a couple of records on eBay or something to make that happen. That would be nice. Oh, great. We've got 5 people watching, and I'm about to clock out because I am hungry and I want to eat. And that's kind of when Courtney knows when it's time to log off. So yeah, I'll be back Tuesday night. Promise to miss me, but if you don't, at least remember me. All right, take care. Bats and kisses. Nosta